Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Themas and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. I I was not ready for this. I was watching Thins live. I was doing a lot of things, but I was on my way home from an appointment. Um, kind of exhausted. Honestly, didn't even take my vest. Like I was. I'm not dressed. So I just want to say thank you all for coming. I did announce that. Um, it was going to be a bit later of a live stream tonight, so I apologize for that. My head is still hurting from getting a hair twist yesterday. So just life is lifing. Life is lifing. Apologies. Anywho, welcome to everyone. I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate you all being here. So thank you. Let me try to raise this up some. All right. I want to take this off, but like I only have like a V shirt thing under, and I'm not doing that. Nurse Fancy, thank you for being a member for 26 months. I appreciate that. Sorry, my throat feels very weird. Let us watch together. Let us watch together something that I thought was really funny. Let's go. This is a rap battle, and the person the person eating right now is Canadian. So move over, Nicki Minaj.
To refrain from using profane language while I entertain you, because it's inhumane. And I don't need to do it to whoop your crane and win this campaign. It was over before it began, because I was born a champion, and I am Canadian! Woo!
Yeah. I promise you, this lady, I know for certain. I know. I'm gonna replay that again, but I know for certain she thought the crowd was about to go wild. I know she thought she was gonna eat that, and she definitely killed that. And when she said, "I am Canadian," I know she thought the crowd was about to like just go off and be like, "Period," or whatever people do. Um, let's play it again. Oh my god, something. It is my throat, now it's my eyes, my nose is runny. Like, what is happening? What is happening? Should I not be doing these stories? Is this an attack? We push on. I'm gonna play it again though.
I ascertain to refrain from using profane language while I entertain you, because it's inhumane. And I don't need to do it to whoop your crane and win this campaign. It was over before it began, because I was born a champion, and I am Canadian! Woo!
Yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at these comments because ain't no way. Ain't no way. Someone said lyrical mayonnaise. It was over before it began. I know pen and paper hate to see her coming. Oh my God. Canadians have 24 hours to defend themselves. Sorry, I'm making this off. Someone said, wait. Where's the milk and mag? Where is it? Y'all play. Y'all play. Y'all play entirely too much. All right. We have some serious business to get into. Um, podcast bros are speaking. I also have comments on a debate that happened with Destiny around Kamala and whether or not Kamala is good for America. I thought it was a very, from what I saw, it was a very good debate. So I we'll get into that too if we get the chance. All right. So where do we start? They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Um, I want to say to my Haitian brothers and sisters, I am so sorry that you're going through this. Um, I am. There is a unwillingness to own up to the fact that the rhetoric aimed at certain groups of people create an environment that is absolutely hostile, racist, and ultimately can lead to harm. Um, it was reported that the Proud Boys were marching in Ohio um, after the presidential debate. And one of the problems that I find with the way that Trump is engaging and engaging more broadly, but specifically when it comes to his platform as someone running for president, his people are no longer caring whether or not what he says is true. They're going to make it true, right? And they're going to act as if what he's saying is true. And on the bottom of all these jokes and these memes are actual real life people who are being harmed. Reports of Haitians taking their children out of school, being afraid to go out, older people being afraid to go out. It is really toxic. So when I talk about this, it is in no way to sort of minimize the impact of Trump's words and the fact that he is seemingly incapable of carrying himself in a way, in a manner that is indicative of someone who should be president. That is my personal opinion on the matter. I found myself down a red pill divide that I want to talk about because within the red pill community, apparently there are people who are Haitians and then there are people who are not. And the people who are Haitians are speaking up in defense of their Haitian community and they're running up against a wall, which is everyone else in the red pill community. And so now we have to have a broader conversation, I think, about sort of why the Republican Party is toxic. And if you're in it as a Black person, person of color, anyone who's not a white man, a straight white man, if you are in the Republican Party and you're not a straight white man, you have to kill some part of your humanity. It is that simple. Like, I'm not even gonna go and come around. I'm taking top down orders. And if the people at the top running for the highest office in the land can speak so disgustingly about everyone else, yeah, let's do it. So I'm going to play the intro, and on the other side of the intro, we're going to get into some conversation. For the people who are here to hear about Diddy, I will get into Diddy shortly, but I'm doing the red pill stuff first. And the reason I'm doing this is I realized the Diddy caption and the Diddy whatever it's going to take up a lot of space and everyone want to hear about it. So I've moved it down. I was going to start with it, but I've moved it down because, yeah. Cool. All right. All right. So Sneako, who I don't know why people listen to him. Like, this man literally does not have a personality of his own. He like latches on to everyone and suck the life out of them like a leash. And then through some kind of transmutation, attempts to become the person closest to him. And so that's how I view Sneako. It is unfortunate because there's a part of me that see him as being caught between like his racial identity, ethnic identity, national identity, right? Like he is caught between worlds as a biracial person, obviously, but someone who culturally has a bunch of different things, right? Whether it's his Jewish identity that he ignores and disparages, or his Haitian identity, which is now coming into vogue. He finds himself right now fighting online with Andrew Tate. And for some reason, this fight fascinated me. Like it is so insignificant, I think, in the scope of things that like I shouldn't be talking about this, but I felt like it was necessary because I'm not even sure how I got information. Like I can't tell you how I found this out and what is happening because I'm so far removed from that part of the manosphere. So like I would know what's happening. Um, but yeah, so his dad apparently is Haitian. He went to Haiti and he has like videos about Haiti. I would know, never watched, don't care about him specifically. And so as I'm watching, oh, I think I know what it was. I was looking for the song. They're eating the cat, they're eating the dog, because apparently there's a song. It's so toxic. But apparently there is a song about eating the cats, eating the dogs, or whatever. And so I went to go look it up. And in the midst of like finding the song or whatever, a bunch of things popped up, like Kodak Black in one of his concert. This came from Jesse Wu. Said that he doesn't care. He is gonna vote for Trump regardless, even though he's Haitian and Trump has been disparaging Haitians. And people have been giving all kinds of opinion on this. And I don't find anything wrong with this. I think Kodak Black, I don't look to as someone who is thoughtful. I don't think Kodak Black knows how to contextualize anything at all. I don't think Kodak Black is someone that you look to for political leadership. I don't think thoughtfulness around politics or anything having to do outside of money and women. And even that I wouldn't look to him for, right? And even in his articulation of why he's gonna do this or why he's gonna do that, like I don't see Kodak Black looking beyond his own self-interest. And I don't think he knows what that self-interest is. However, he was pardoned by Diddy. By Diddy. Diddy. No, Diddy is right in my head. He was pardoned by Trump. Diddy, Trump, same thing, right? He was pardoned by Trump, right? And remember that Kodak Black made false statement about himself and felony or whatever to obtain firearms, and he was imprisoned, and Trump pardoned him. Um, in 2019, yeah, in 2019. And so do I expect Kodak Black to think the person who pardoned me, I should not vote for because they are bad for my community and maybe America and the world at large? Do I expect him to think that deeply about anything? I absolutely do not. I don't. I think that's too high. I think that's too high a burden. Girl, the Diddy topic is in my head like talk about me, talk about me, talk about me, right? And I don't think anyone cared to look back, but I'm going to anyway. This is Kodak Black talking about Trump pardoning him. Let me play, y'all. I'm gonna play this, and I'm only playing this. I have more stuff to talk about on Kodak Black, but I'm going to skip over his part because I don't care. You shouldn't either. And if you listen to him talk and you're like, oh my God, but I want to hear what he has to say, this is where you and I diverge. I listen to him and I'm like, okay, got it. I'm good. Call it whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I listen to him and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. His life was spared in his mind. So he's going to do what he thinks is in his best interest. He's going to stick beside him. But this is what Kodak Black had to say.
Donald Trump?
Yeah, I fuck with that, but we ain't gotta like talk too much about that shit.
Nah, I gotta ask.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
That's fire.
I fucked up with that.
You got bars, nigga. That's legendary. Like, how did that happen?
I'm mafioso, bro.
Wait,
Man, nigga got what you call it. But, yeah, I'm man, like.
okay, I got the lyric. It said, "I changed my life tonight if Donald Trump reduced my sentence." He not only reduced his sentence, he pardoned you.
All that good shit.
That's hard. It's never been done before. Yeah, how did that happen? Like you in the cell and they just said,
he Gemini again. He a Gemini like me. His birthday 3 days after my shit.
Right.
And I boy like he be vibing out here too.
Right.
Trump is a Gemini?
DT Donald Trump?
Why on God green earth would anyone at all ever go to Kodak Black and say, Kodak Black is doing this, why? Like, why was his political view, why is his political view of any relevance to any thinking person? The man can barely string words together to make sentences. And that doesn't mean he's not intelligent. It's just like, even if I wanted to figure out what he was attempting to say, I literally cannot. And this is coming from someone who deeply believes that your inability to articulate yourself doesn't mean that there's not a lot going on up there, right? Like, I think you might have thoughtful opinion, you just can't express them. And if you can't express them, I don't know what to do with them since I'm not a mind reader. So if you're looking to Kodak Black to give you a thoughtful explanation for why it is that he is leaning politically the way that he's leaning, I think you're doing too much. That's my personal opinion, right? But he stopped his concert the other day, a couple of days ago, and in the middle of his concert, he just let the people know that even though Trump said Haitians were out there eating cats and dogs and the swans at aliens, girl, even though Trump was disparaging the community, he was still going to vote for Trump. The issue, mind you, is not that this is a jokey joke, right? It is the beginning stages of sort of dehumanizing a group for which we are singing and enjoying and pretending like it's a joke while it's affecting other people, right? And so I worry, and I don't want to like compare this to Hitler or anything like that, but I do know that we start pushing forward conversations in the way of dehumanizing groups of people, and we blink and then we are at the other end where we are enslaving, genociding people, right? Like, and I think we have to be fearful, particularly when this is not like a one-to-one joke. This is a person with a tremendous microphone speaking to the American people and speaking to the racism specifically in groups of people in order to push a very, again, racist agenda. This is a problem. I think that I can imagine what Haitians must feel, because even if you are like, oh, I'm American, but I have Haitian mother or whatever, like, you have to feel something about this, right? So it was no surprise to me when the Haitians came forward and spoke. And it was of interest to me because Florida is a battleground state. Florida has a large group of Haitians. How will they vote? Well, I have a story to tell you. I have an associate that I haven't spoke to in forever. I get a call from this person, I think yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, or was it today? No, I don't think it was today. I texted the Discord because I wanted to timestamp, but I completely forgot what the text was. Anywho, I get this call. Themis, oh my God, I can't believe Trump said that. This is so disgusting. First of all, didn't Trump call this country an ish-hole country? Did he already disparage? He's been disparaging people. And so the fact that you're on my phone whining and crying about your Trump, and the fact that you didn't understand that it would be turned towards you as a black man from Haiti, the fact that you thought you were safe, now you're on my phone crying. I promise you, the fact that I have sympathy for the Haitian community, mind you. For him, I did not. We've had conversations about Trump, and he did not care at all. You did get off my phone. And I know he is watching because I did tell him that I'm going to tell the story. It is absolutely wild to me that no, it's not Kyle. It takes for you to hear someone directly disparage the group that you belong to in this more direct way, right? Lying on the group that you belong to, for you to understand, wait, he's been doing this to everyone. Migrant crimes are so low compared to literally every other kind of crimes in America. Yet immigrants have been villainized by Trump in terms of crimes being committed, right? And so I don't understand how you engage with Trump. Like, if he called me and said, you know what, I knew he was racist, but I didn't care because I wanted to fit into my white colleagues who are all Republican, and I wanted to be one of the boys, and I wanted to be the exception to black people, and I want them to see me as different. But now that they saw me as Haitian and they don't like me anymore, and Trump is disparaging me, I feel bad. If you had said that, I would have respected you. I would have. And I might have had 2 more sentences for you, but I didn't. And I hang the phone up. I don't mind you having a different political views than mine. I don't even care if your views are just really, really out there. What I don't like is hypocrisy. What I don't like is you being willing to throw everyone else under the bus as long as you're safe. Right? So if you're a Trump supporter, please know why you're supporting Trump, but also know who Trump is. So outside of what you're supporting separately, know who he is. Because when the person you're supporting comes up and does something that is in alignment with his character, and you come to me telling me, oh my God, I can't believe, I'm going to shut the door in your face. I am going to shut the door in your face. Because you're not going to convince me you didn't know when you knew. You're not going to do that. So now we get very directly to Sneako. In response to Donald Trump speaking about they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, in the debate with Kamala, one of the worst debates I've ever seen. He was so far outmatched. Anyone online doing any analysis of that debate that says that Donald Trump was even close to being a winner is absolutely bought and sold. They don't know what they're doing. They're unintelligent, they're uninformed, they're absolutely useless, and they're probably weak A, nothing A, B words, because there is no possible way, there's no metric by which you measure that debate and find Trump to be the winner. None. Absolutely none. So for all the people like, oh, he dominated, the only thing he dominated, leave that alone. We'll get to Diddy in a minute. Let's not talk about domination yet. So Sneako had the following to say. Let's pull up Sneako's response. Mind you, Sneako is friends with Nick Fuentes. Sneako is friends with all these white supremacists. Sneako is the one who's talking about America is a white country. Sneako has done all of that. Abin Preach actually did a really lovely video on this because I, again, went down this rabbit hole. And I did appreciate the fact that they show the contradiction. I don't watch Sneako enough to go through all his contradiction. You're just going to have to trust me, bro, on this. But you can definitely go back and verify. Trust me for now and then go back. All right.
All right. So in this video,
so there are 3 things I want to show you. So if you don't know who Sneako is, I envy the privileged life you have. I do. But in response to Donald Trump, this is Sneako. Hey. He says, soon people will know the truth about the beautiful country of Haiti. Now, I've never been to Haiti, but I would assume it is a beautiful. It is not, Carl. I would assume Haiti is a beautiful country. In fact, I would think Black people globally would have a tremendous amount of respect. A tremendous amount. No. I need to address this. I'm addressing the chat. It is not Kyle. Kyle is the most libbed out liberal you can find. I promise you, it is not Kyle. You guys might disagree with Kyle on like gender, maybe, but when it comes to politics, I promise you it's not Kyle. If it was Kyle, I would have told that story still, but it's not Kyle. Kyle is Kyle was up here dragging the girls for for speaking poorly about Kamala. Like it's not Kyle. So again, I assume that Haiti would be revered as a beautiful, amazing place, and people would look to Haiti because after they overthrew their overlords, the slavers, it was very difficult for them to gain any kind of success internally because the global West was against Haiti. And I mean, we can go all the way back as far as we want to go, where after the Toussaints, pretty much every president in American history have done Haiti wrong to me, like in all of my readings, right? And so I feel like Haiti should be more of a place of pride for Black people, but we have come to sort of demonize the country in a way that is really unfortunate because they did what needed to be done. And then they got demonized globally for it and punished and had to pay debt back to France. Which, by the way, the history of Haiti, there are probably a bunch of Haitians online who make videos on this. I need to go look into them and recommend some of them to you all. But I think it is a fascinating sort of history about how Haiti related to the world after sort of post-France colonization, right? And how hard it was for them to develop economically, and how all of the sort of hands in Haiti from, again, the global north or west, really engaged to try to control the political system in Haiti, the economic system in Haiti, and even the people of Haiti. I think it's a fascinating history. And I'm going to find some videos and post them so that people can go watch some fascinating reads on there. All right. This is not about the history of Haiti, but let's continue. Eating the cat was his mango juice moment. And I want him to never be able to live it down and not, thank you, hurry up and eat, and not live it down in this like, oh my God, it was a funny moment way. No, you should remember how stupid and disgusting he was. Anywho, so Sneako wanted us to see him being reflective, heavy metal and reflective, apparently, in Haiti. And he sent out this tweet. I'm getting to a point. I promise you I'm getting to a point because we're going to watch a video. He said, the Haitian cat story is fake, just like the little British girl stabbed by the Muslim refugee who was actually born in Cardiff. There was a bunch of riots in the UK, by the way, which I've not reported on or talked about. It has already been verified the cat lady was just a Black American, but one boomer, I also hate the word just Black Americans, but I will not talk about xenophobia in this very specific way, but I do find it problematic when people think if you are Black, if you are African American from the US, somehow that means you're like just something as opposed to like, I mean, girl, we're all Black. It's fine. Anyway, continue. It has already been verified that Cat Lady was just a Black American, but one boomer makes it go viral on Facebook, and now it's a presidential talking point. It's easy to pick on third world countries like Haiti for being poor, but we should not demonize innocent people. Haiti has been completely destabilized ever since the Clinton Foundation stole billions of dollars in charity money. This is America's fault. And this is where you don't actually know anything about history. If you think the Clinton Foundation is the start of Haiti's problems, you have not been paying attention. This is not a political win for you if you are a conservative. You conservatives and Democrats alike have helped to destabilize Haiti. Like it, the fact that you think you're going to sit there and just blame Clinton for this is absolutely diabolical. It is absolutely diabolical. But we press on. Again, this is not the video, and I would not overstay. Yeah, there's too many of them online, so we can get into it at some other time. Are we responsible to house thousands of Haitian refugees? Obviously not. But the least we can do is blame our own people when they're eating cats. I hope I misunderstand this last sentence, because I have reread this last sentence many times, and I'm thinking he's saying obviously not. But the least we can do is blame our own people. So he's saying blame Americans for Americans eating cat. Right? And not blame Americans for Haitians eating cats. Because I feel like you can interpret this last sentence both ways. And I'm thinking he means the former, not the latter. Blame Americans for Americans eating cats. Right? All right. So you would think this would go away, right? You would think this is like, okay, whatever. It's just his take. The problem with his take is that he was trying to contradict something that Andrew Tate has done. But before we get into the Andrew Tate of it all and them going back and forth, because Andrew Tate decided that white supremacy is cool and that's where he is at with it, white supremacy. So before we get there, this guy made a video and I was like, oh, thank God, because I didn't want to do this work. I honestly didn't have the time or the care. So let's watch an 11-minute video. I'll be pausing a lot.
I'm going to be talking about Sneako and Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit and how they got carried away with trying to pander to a certain audience and how it backfired on them, because it looks like now Sneako might be starting to regret the audience he's cultivated. Like, it hasn't been going too well for him, and recently he had to break the news to his audience that he's not actually racist.
Like, you're liberal now because you don't hate black people? Are you stupid? I've never hated black people. You switched up. Did you think that I was gonna be an Uncle Tom in the big house for you whites? No, never. I can't believe people thinking I'm attacking whites. What did Sneako sell out? What? Did you think that I was a white supremacist? Look at me.
Yes. Your audience thought you were a white supremacist. Yes, Sneako. Based on everything you said, based on being friends with Nick Fuentes. At this point, I should be putting clips of him disparaging black people, generally siding and defending Nick Fuentes' racism and race realism. Like, he did lean into race realism. Imagine me putting him and Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fish, he's going to get dragged in a moment, don't worry about it, talking about black people and laughing about negative stereotypes. Just imagine those videos floating here. And at the end of this, you can go watch Abba and Preach. I could play it here, but I don't care.
But Myron, I don't think will ever reach this point. Like, he still is going hard trying to pander, but he always just constantly humiliates himself in the process, and it's hilarious. I mean, the guy's so desperate to convince people that he's based, that he sucks up to white supremacists. Like, he wants to be accepted by them so badly that he'll join a whites-only Twitter space and try to convince the people in it that he's just like them, which is so embarrassing, especially because...
Oh no, this I have to pull up. I think this is going to demonetize my video immediately, but I think it's worth it. I think this is worth it. Y'all want to see Myron Gaines getting dragged for... No, I have to. I literally have to. So...
HT, tell that fuck...
Myron went on a whites-only space, on Twitter chat room, whatever. He went on there twice. And when I said the men dragged him for filth, when I said they dragged him for filth, they dragged him for filth. They even told him that he needed to leave the country. No, we have to play. So I put it over here. Let's play. This is the first one. Girl, everyone is live tonight. Why is that? All right. I don't know if I can bleep this. All right, I'm gonna play. Okay, to the YouTube algorithm and the YouTube gods and the people who may come, this is not me co-signing anything in here. I'm making commentary on very disrespectful and disgusting racist ideas that are being espoused. I do not co-sign any of the words being used in any of these two videos that I'm about to play. I'm saying this so when I do my appeal, if anything happens to this channel, you all know where I stand, and this was for commentary, not co-signing.
And you're going to go find it himself.
Well, yes, sir. Listen, let's just stick with the Americans for now.
And then we got this fucking
The
British
naturalization
guy here. Like, bro, you're with the standard guy. Yo, you're British, right?
Bro, you don't know your fucking. You don't know your. You don't know your fucking.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, Myron, you're in a hostile
And I'm not
area,
scared
bro.
to have conversation with you guys because I'm not a pussy.
Okay,
So
well,
you're gonna have to either kick
you're not
me
gonna
out
have a
or whatever.
You're not gonna have a conversation with him. That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
say.
well, this dude's a faggot, so whatever. Fucking British guy.
You're
Like,
a-
dude, I know you're mad about
Mate,
1776.
black men are like most
Hey, look,
likely to
hey,
fuck
look,
fuck
retard.
other black
Hey,
men. You
hey,
fucking
look,
black cunt.
He's not British. He's not British.
Kick this nigger.
That's the fucking first mistake you made. He's not British.
Like, I give a fuck about you, nigger. You fucking stupid followers.
Oh, yeah. I told you he wasn't gonna have a conversation, bro. You just should have bought your
I
time
had
while
one
you were up
fucking
here.
question. You guys couldn't keep your fucking mouth shut. Fucking one question.
What was
I
it?
wanted to ask him about his fucking boats and hose and shit. He runs fucking party yachts for incel fucking men. You guys gotta fucking come correct with some thoughtful fucking
All
questions.
right,
Fucking
Stern,
amateur.
I'll let him back up here. But only fucking radio gets to
I'm
talk,
sorry,
right?
sir. It's a fucking white space. We know that.
I know.
They're the fucking rules. No niggers.
Y'all heard that ending? So with on the Twitter, they can create like topics or whatever, and they do say it is a quote unquote white space. And he went in there to like talk to them. He claimed he went to debate, don't know why, and they dragged him for filth. But there was another time he went on, I don't know whose channel this is. This is not me telling y'all to go over there, but here.
And I would love to hear what y'all got to say about it down in the comments below.
I can't believe how fast that was.
Can I make this interesting? Can I make this interesting real quick? Myron, you were in my space the other day, and I said, you're doing a great job calling these Jews, but, if we take this country back, we want it for white folks. And would you go home? And you said, I was born here, and I'm not going anywhere. And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Do you still stand with that answer?
Bro, you look, man, I know you're trying to get a clippable moment here for your fucking
No, it's the truth, man. This is the issue with whites working with non-whites.
About a problem. We're over here talking about a problem, then you bring it right back into, this whole white thing. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
This whole white thing is what built this country, Myron.
It's actually not. You guys actually got fat and rich off of slave labor, and that's actually what.
Up, dude.
Hey, you fucking sandger. You sandger.
Hey,
I am in Florida. I'm in Florida, and I will knock you out on camera.
All right, I'm not gonna have violence in the space. It's not even my space. I think Ian's having issues, so I'm not gonna allow that in Ian's space.
It's mutual combat.
I understand, but listen, people are listening.
There is no mutual fucking combat. I don't even want to fucking deal with you, bro.
Well then, why are you in? Why do you Browns think you could stay in my country?
It's silly to allow a guy to talk so crazy like that.
Do I feel bad? Do I feel bad for Myron? No, I don't feel bad for Myron. Here's the problem. This is why I don't understand. So you team up with these people to attack the Jewish community. That's what you do. As a Black person, you team up with these white supremacists to go after the Jewish community, and you thought you were safe? Why would you ever think that? It is insane to me that you can hear people spout the most racist ideas and you sit up there thinking, but I'm the exception. No, I think he deserves it. I don't feel bad for him. I do not feel bad for him. In any case, let's go back to this video. I just had to show you that the white supremacists were dragging Myron because Myron thought I am the good kind of black. So if I go into their space, it'll be fine. What he learned, no, absolutely not. All right. Going back to that original video on Sneako.
All right, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about Sneako and Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit and how they got carried away with trying to pander to a certain audience and how it backfired on them, because it looks like now Sneako might be starting to regret the audience he's cultivated. Like, it hasn't been going too well for him, and recently he had to break the news to his audience that he's not actually racist.
Like, you're liberal now because you don't hate black people? Are you stupid? I've never hated black people. You switched up. Did you think that I was gonna be an Uncle Tom in the big house for you whites? No, never. I can't believe people like this. People think I'm attacking whites. When did Sneako sell out? What? Did you think that I was a white supremacist? Look at me.
But Myron, I don't think will ever reach this point. Like, he still is going hard trying to pander, but he always just constantly humiliates himself in the process, and it's hilarious. I mean, the guy's so desperate to convince people that.
Imagine being a black person and realizing that your audience is a white supremacist. Imagine. I would start up a live stream every single day and start dragging. I would literally, until I got down to 0 subscribers, I would start a live stream every day and start dragging. Just randomly. Just randomly.
He's based, that he sucks up to white supremacists. Like, he wants to be accepted by them so badly that he'll join a whites only Twitter space and try to convince the people in it that he's just like them, which is so embarrassing, especially because they want nothing to do with him, obviously. Like, they're pretty open and honest about that by calling it whites only. It's not really a secret. But also, Myron, he does think of himself as a white guy.
Some guys are different about it. Like, some dudes are like, it's gonna be funny, Esco Brothers is for a funny story and shit. But then some guys are like, hell, I've noticed with black dudes, they don't like doing that shit. White guys were all like, yeah, well, I said we.
Saying white guys and saying we is diabolical. Saying for you to be kicked out of a whites only space and then having a conversation and slip up and say we whites is diabolical. Like, that is wild. So what we know is self-hatred is animating this man, at least to some degree. At least to some degree. We know self-hatred is animating this guy. And it feels good to know this, right? Because sometimes you're sitting there like wondering, why are people like this? And then you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe I guess the easiest answer was the first answer I came up with, self-hatred. Got it. I don't think Myron knows what happens at those picnics in the past. They're probably thinking, oh, let's go. I would like to join. Thank you, hurry up and eat. Didn't really know that he was the one getting picked. Members for 23. Thank you, Professor.
He's white. He's white. He's white, bro.
Hey, man. I officially just stamped Myron as white. What I meant to say was, when I was in college, I knew that was coming.
So when he joined the Twitter space, he was trying to kiss their ass and convince them that he's just like them. But of course, that didn't work. And once he left, they're talking about him afterwards, and they kept calling him the N-word and said he promotes N-word behavior.
And I agree with him. Like, we gain nothing. Like, one of these comes in, they talk nice. They're like, oh, look, white people deserve their space, and can't we just be friends and blah, blah, blah. But then later that night, they're just behavior. I think it was you, Comfy, that was speaking about that guy where he's like against the Jews and all that shit. And then half an hour later, he's posting shit like, yeah, as many bitches as you can, and just nigger behavior.
Yeah. Myron Gaines. Yeah. Myron Gaines.
The worst thing he said was, don't marry a girl until you're 35. What a retarded thing.
Yeah, what a stupidest thing ever, mate.
This is why we're talking. This is what we were saying yesterday. Like, at the end of the day, they're fucking low IQ. They're low.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm being outdone. I thought I went.
This, by the way, is the Nick Fuentes guy. This right here is Sneako, and this is Myron. So when Sneako, we're going to get into Sneako in a minute, again, back to it, but I just need to, I wish I could speed this video up some more because I'm kind of bored, but I just want you all to get the fact that Sneako is not exempt from critique. Sneako believes that women should not be able to vote. Let me let you know who Sneako is. Sneako don't believe women should be able to vote. Actually, let me pull that up. That's something I shouldn't just say. Something like that I should prove. Let's hope he didn't take it down. Up, here we go. You don't, for things like that, you can't just, I don't think it's right to just say something like that. I think I should have to give the evidence and then you make your own decisions. So Sneako, verified account, checked, double checked. He still has the tweet up. Good. Women should not have the privilege of voting. Ask an 18-year-old girl why Kamala, and she will respond with abortion. The only issue she cares for after whatever Billie Eilish said is her right to murder a baby. It's asinine. She can influence an election. All right. So that's Sneako. So when I'm talking about Sneako, please don't feel like you need to get into this whole sympathetic mode and like, oh my God, Sneako is fighting. Please don't. No. Just no. Please, actually, let me give you one more, because one more did come up that I do need to remind you that this man do not like women. Because any attempt at sympathy right now, and I just need it to go away. Any attempt at sympathy or grace needs to be removed immediately. Islam could fix every predicament of the white replacement. Okay, so he probably forgot he wrote this, but that's neither here nor there. I don't want to read this out loud. Take a minute. Take a minute, read this. I'm not going to read it out loud. And so, yeah. Cool, you got it? Great. Make your own opinion of him. I don't have sympathy or care in this way. I think terrible people dragging terrible people is just a victory for every other person watching, and we shouldn't be caring about the individual terrible people getting dragged. Got it? Cool? Yes. All right.
Went pretty hard in November.
You got Myron leading the dissident right now.
Yeah, it's a couple of Albanian and a black guy.
What the?
I heard that some of y'all were raising the salute, so I decided to come back.
Let's go. Poor Sneako. Pearl rolls out. Oh, come on.
No!
We're down.
No.
Let's go.
No.
Let's go. We're down for whatever.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so Myron is just completely out of control. I mean, people think Sneako's extreme, but even he looked kind of embarrassed about that. And he just seems like now he's starting to tone it down a bit. Like when Myron was on his stream recently, I think just last week, you could tell Sneako was not as into it. Like at one point, they're talking about that podcaster, Bobby Althoff, and how she's been running around partying with athletes and rappers. And at first, they're both in agreement. They're like, yeah, she should be spending more time with her kids and her family. But then Myron, he had to take it up a notch, and he's like, yeah, and she's hanging around black people. And Sneako's like, well, what's wrong with that? And then they kind of had a disagreement about it. And then eventually Sneako's like, what was the deal with you in that whites only Twitter space recently?
Brutal.
She's hanging out with two makes it even worse.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? These aren't.
Yeah, they're.
She's Dominican. Wait, why is it bad that she's hanging out with black people?
Really?
Yeah.
Black girls are bottom of the totem pole, bro. You want me to lie?
Bottom of the totem pole of what? Because
in everything. They're fat. They're
okay,
loud.
okay. First off,
they're obnoxious. They have weird.
All right. I don't think I have to go play this video anymore. We don't have to play this video anymore. It's completely fine. We get the picture. He's actually kind of annoying me. I'm not even going to play this video, but he started running around putting out this video. He did a documentary of sorts where he's talking, well, he did a larger documentary, but then he did this where he's talking about his experience in Haiti and how Haiti is a beautiful, amazing country. Obviously, in the fight about Haiti, he's the person doing better than the other bad person. But I just wanted to set the groundwork, right, for his engagement with what's his name, Andrew Tate and Haiti. All right. So in response to they're eating the dogs again, they're eating the cats, he comes out and said, it's fake, it's not real, blah, blah, blah. Andrew Tate comes out and said, no, absolutely not. It's not no fake, and we need to talk about how white people need to run the world. Look, here's Andrew Tate. Here's Andrew Tate's tweet. Actually, do I want to play Andrew Tate? Look at Andrew Tate's tweet or the response? Because I don't actually care. Yeah, let's do the response because I don't care about Andrew Tate. I think he gets off on people like playing him or whatever. So this is what Sneako had to say about Andrew Tate.
There's clearly been some sort of anger, some sort of jealousy, or perhaps some sort of emotional attachment to whatever, because I have been publicly defending Andrew Tate. Everybody has seen it relentlessly for years, to the point where it was a meme, where I was taking hits on my own reputation, to where people were making fun, oh, you're glazing, Taco, all this stuff. When they were in jail, do you know the amount of people that I had to debate, the amount of people that I had to go against defending your case?
And this is the type of friend I don't like. This is the type of friend I don't like. Here's why. That man asked you to do none of that. That man did not ask you to do any of that. You went around pee-popping. You went around and did a backflip, boom chicka, like you did all of that on your own. Ain't nobody at all asked you to do that. No one asked you to do any of that for you. So for you to have a problem with Andrew Tate on racism, right? Racially, aren't they both in the same boat? Aren't they both in the same boat? Aren't they both? Anyway, it is fine. So they're both in the same boat, essentially. And no one asked Sneako to come around and defend Andrew Tate. He could have just declined to answer and not comment on it. But he wanted not only to be like Andrew Tate, he wanted to be Andrew Tate. The hand movement, the tone of voice, everything about him just morphed into, down to Hustlers University, he created his own. Like, he wanted to become Andrew Tate. So no, you weren't doing Andrew Tate a favor by defending him, and I'm not defending Andrew Tate. He's a slime bag that needs to be in prison from my perspective. But you, sir, you very much were benefiting from proximity to Andrew Tate. So you didn't do it out of the goodness of your heart. Oh my God, I had to defend you. You didn't have to do any of that. You benefited from it. So if you're going to address this man, which you should, address him on the merits of what he's saying and argue on what y'all are disagreeing on. Don't come out here and tell us that you were defending him. We know, we saw it. We were very disgusted by it. We were disgusted by you doing it. It was a thing. We all talked about how terrible you looked. Not just defending him, but emulating him, trying to be him, taking his essence and then becoming some version of what you think he is and what a man should be. You did that. We didn't care. We didn't care then. We don't care now. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Never heard a word of thanks, never heard a word of consolation. That's fine. The truth is more important. I don't need to get approval. I don't care. If there's something incorrect happening to one of my brothers, I'm going to go and speak up for them. But very clear what everybody sees. You have not acknowledged any of that. You've never said a word of anything positive. The first time you speak about me is negative and trying to tear down what I've brought, to try to tear down my career. In fact, you said that you were going to end my career.
Correction, he said he could end your career if he wanted to, but he was not going to. That's what he said. Just putting the facts out. Myron is tired of cosplaying as a black man. He's just jumping out. Period. So Sneako online whining and crying. When you lay in bed with racists, you wake up with racist fleas. Like, I don't know what to tell you. These black men are showing you ladies that what they want submission to look like. Be as devoted as a Christian wife praying for the cheating husband. Yeah, be Sneako.
That you want to end everything that I've built. That's the first acknowledgement. From the person, probably the most famous person in my generation by far, who's the day one when you got locked up. It was me. You're innocent. This is incorrect. This is unjust. The only one. In fact, I think I deserve credit for helping your reputation with Gen Z. Who else was really saying this? I love Aiden, and I think you've been disrespectful to Aiden as well, but a lot of people were quiet. A lot of people didn't say a word because they didn't want to risk the reputation in case that you were actually guilty.
Now, isn't that diabolical? Sorry. This is besides the point, and it has nothing to do, but can you imagine, and I would have played the violin, I'm not going to do that, but imagine being Aiden Ross, that other toxic one over there who'd interviewed Trump. But anyway, imagine being him minding your business, getting thrown under the bus by a supposed friend. So I had to point that out. I'm so sorry.
But I was there. And then the first time you say anything is, you're gay, I stopped talking to you for a reason. People see through this. People see through this. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother my community, the audience, but people are going to see through this, and it's going to damage your reputation as the beacon.
We don't see through it though. We don't see through it. We, the people, have refused to look through it. We don't even look in the direction of it. So there's nothing to see through. If you say he's racist, I believe you. If he say you're gay, useless, weak, ain't nothing, a B word, I believe him also about you. I believe you both about each other when the friendship is over. When the party is over, I get to see who you all are under the light.
Beacon of truth, the beacon of masculinity. You're like, what? Wait, what about brotherhood? What about loyalty? What about truth? What did Sneako even say to make you this upset? What did Sneako say to trigger you to diss him publicly and then make a whole stream correcting him and threatening to saying you want to fight, saying you want to end my career, to be boastful and prideful? In fact, the arrogance that everybody is seeing from this is proof that maybe people are going to start looking in different directions. If you want to keep the brand of Top G, you cannot hold on to this arrogance and pride that you so clearly have. And I'm not saying this is disrespect, but it's become evident to a lot of people. Because real masculinity is not being boastful. Real masculinity is not being prideful. Real masculinity is not...
Okay, I didn't want to do it. But I have to. Because either I do this or I comment. So I'm going to... I think I have to do this, or else I'm going to have to comment.
Start looking in different directions. If you want to keep the brand of Top G, you cannot hold on to this arrogance and pride that you so clearly have. And I'm not saying this is disrespect, but it's become evident to a lot of people. Because real masculinity is not being boastful. Real masculinity is not being prideful. Real masculinity is not flashiness and cars and look how strong and rich I am. Money does not make your masculinity. In fact, it's the opposite. Being humble, being respectful, being generous, being kind. All these attributes that you don't really speak about it, that you do touch on them sometimes, but that's what really makes a real man. Respect, truth, kindness, generosity, this stuff. Not flashy, strong, shirt off, all this. I get that it's provocative for the stream and it brings people in. But one thing I hear you say all the time, Andrew, is that young people need an action movie star to look up to. I need to be the Top G. I'm a symbol for the young generation with this. But what they also need is somebody to look up to who's not arrogant, who's not prideful about this, who's willing to admit when they're wrong.
Yeah, they need to take their dusty battle off of the internet. Like, and nobody cares nothing about this dusty battle except me. I do care about this dusty battle because now I want y'all to hear what Andrew Tate say in 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I'm not here to end Sneako's career. I mean, I could. What's so funny about that? We're not here laughing with you. If you think you can end my career, you're going to have to kill me. I'm never...
There's music in the background. This game, because Trump is talking about dogs and cats, and what's his name? I'm not putting this on the screen though. Andrew Tate puts out a tweet pretty much saying that white is the right way and white is right kind of tweet. Should I put no. I gave it no. And so Sneako comes back and replies to Andrew Tate and says that his religion, he's Muslim now, does not agree with this kind of sentiment. Like, there is no one race that is better than the other. And so they started dragging each other online, and that's how we got where we are. But as a sort of break from this foolishness, there is a tweet that what's his name? Sneako put out, right? There's a tweet that Sneako put out. He explains it, and I actually I'm confused by this. So for my religious girlies, I actually want an answer. What is Sneako talking about here? Can someone explain this to me? Because I might not be at his level of religion, so I apologize, but let's hear it.
I did not revert to Islam to try to attract fans from Islamic countries. I did not I did not revert to Islam to use a shield from hate. I did not revert to jump on a bandwagon. That is a grift. I am not a grifter. I keep my faith between God and I. Anthony Joshua, Mike Tyson, Dave Chappelle. Many prominent Muslims are private. Praying in private is showing worship to God. This is true faith. Trying to act as Muslim as possible for internet likes is simply a grift. Beware the haram police. They're the biggest snakes of all. Nobody haram policed him.
What he said literally goes against the core fundamentals of being a Muslim. White supremacy is wrong. They're not totally right. It's not totally right to believe in a supreme race. That's everything that we're fighting against. The root of all evil stems from a superiority complex from a race. That's why everything in the world is bad, because of that belief system. In fact, you could say the first act of racism was Satan. When Satan decided they didn't need to listen to God and bow down to Adam because he thought he was superior and he didn't need to worship, that's where evil started. Satan, Shaitan, was the first original racist. So yeah, it's funny to make racist jokes, but racism is evil. Racism is bad. Racism has nothing to do with goodness.
So my question, if you guys can come and give me the answer, that would be great. When you say the devil was the first racist, I think like, there's a part of me that feels like I want to understand, and then there's a part of me that feels like if I actually get into this conversation, it is going to become more convoluted. It's going to become more convoluted. Seamus, why are you laughing? You don't believe that God is against racism? No, I mean, the chosen, you know what? I'm going to leave it alone. My interpretation of the Bible is very different. I'm just going to go with that. I'm just going to go with, I think Lucifer, Satan, hates all people and probably hates all people equally. That's my final answer. That is my final answer. All right. So that was Sneako. Sneako is pushing back against the people in the red pill. He does not. His chosen. Doesn't God have favorite people? I read in the Bible that God has isn't that a thing? I might be wrong. I haven't read my Bible in a while. I am willing to say I'm wrong. I'm willing to
Cats and dogs.
Anywho, this is not about the Bible at all. As a question, I don't actually know the answer. However, I would say I appreciate that Sneako is standing up for Haitian people. The problem is I don't know why. 1, 2, I don't believe anything Sneako says. I don't think he has any principle. I think he thinks this is the best way to pivot, maybe. I don't trust anything he does. And when you cultivate a racist fan base and racist friends, to then be surprised that they are for racism, to be surprised that racists engage in racism is wild to me. So he can stay over there and do what needed to be done. Let me read. Our resident theologian has spoken. What he was saying about Satan and angel wasn't without reason, but it's not a very popular theology. It don't make sense to me. If we're going to say there are favorite people, there are people who were blessed, and then there are people who were God favored. And I saw the devil as like mistreating everyone equally. I saw the devil as attacking people, generally. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm just misinterpreting the Bible, my religion, maybe. But that's how I interpreted it. That's how I interpreted it. All right. So we move from Sneako to another man named Mo. I don't know who a Mo is, don't care who a Mo is. What I do know is, again, why would you circle yourself? Why would you create a friend group for which you cannot get empathy, you cannot get care, you cannot get any of that? So the red pill has imploded, is terrible, is wrong, it's disgusting, all of that, right? And it has been breaking down, like all of them getting demonetized, deplatformed, like interest not there, people don't care, men are finding women and deciding the red pill was wrong. Like it is a whole thing happening over there in the red pill space. However, they've been trying to struggle through and make it out of this really bad time for the red pill community. But there's another implosion, again, because of what Donald Trump says. Most of the red pill people, it seems, are just one with Donald Trump. Donald Trump represents something for them. I would say manhood, a father, money that they don't have, like something. He represents something for them, girl. I don't know what, but he represents something for them. And so they have to agree with everything that he says, even when it's wrong, and even when their quote unquote friend is obviously in pain and is essentially begging them to like let it go. It's not real, it's wrong. And I'm not going to put this on the screen. Well, I am going to pause it and put it on the screen so you can know who I'm talking about, right? There's a guy here named Mo, right? He works behind the scenes. He only comes on camera when they're dragging him or when they want to make fun of him. Yeah, that's essentially what he's there. He's there to be the joke, right? And I don't think he knows this. I think he thinks they're all friends and equal. But we're going to watch him in real time figure out that these two men don't care about anything and definitely don't care about him and really don't care about him being Haitian or care about a Haitian community. Because you sat up there. No, I have a diatribe-ish. He sat up there and watched these two men drag Black women, disrespect the Black community over and over and over and over again, put on a KKK mask, talk to Nick Fuentes, befriend Nick Fuentes, like engage in the most racist, degenerate ideas and push them forward, right? He sat there and watched this. And now he's sad about his friends not taking the eating dogs and cats seriously as it is impacting a community that he belongs to, right? Let's play that. The weak shall inherit the earth. These men are demonstrating, get weakness, strong weakness, give them the flat earth, period. I thought it said the meek. I might be misquoting and you might be right. Isn't it meek? I'm going to Google this. I'm going to Google this because y'all be testing. Yeah, it is the meek. Matthew 5:5. Thank you, Korea. All right, let's listen to this conversation. I'm just going to take it off the screen and then put it on the screen because they've been going around copywriting people. It's really annoying.
Cats and dogs being eaten alive in Ohio right now as we speak. All right.
Don't wave at me, you sorry fan.
There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods collecting cats, skinning them and eating them.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless insanes.
They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance, even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles.
Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect.
Since June,
Whenever racists say it's not a race issue, it's a culture issue, it is the most disgusting, cowardice talking point ever. Just needed to note that. I'm not here to comment on this foolishness and the debunked theories about Haitians eating cats in Ohio. I'm not engaging in there. I think the truth is, a lot of these people, I'm going to try to be as politically correct as I can right here, because I actually do want to drag. I think when you're economically depressed, it's easy to point the fingers at everyone else, even people doing worse than you, because your perception is that they have help in ways that you don't. And so you demonize a group of people and you put your frustration towards people who have done nothing to you. They're not the reason you're not doing well, right? And so I do find this interesting and fascinating from that perspective. I also consider sort of a general idea of truth around the government's unwillingness, not inability, hear me and hear me well, the government's unwillingness to engage in developing the lower class. There is an unwillingness to help people get on their feet in the way that they need to. And instead of these people looking to the government for help, they're looking and blaming people, Haitians in this case, for taking what is quote unquote rightfully theirs. The problem here is simply the US has been instrumental in destabilizing Haiti. And if we step back a little bit and recognize American imperialism, our ideas around sort of what's at stake, I think will be more fleshed out. This, by the way, is not me saying anything wrong with figuring out border and securing country and making sure that people can come in and out legally and all of that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we do need to prioritize the knowledge about what it is that America has done globally, one. And two, when we think about locally, who do we blame for taxes? Who do we blame for not building proper infrastructure? Who do we blame for inflation? I don't think it is your neighbors that you blame for those things. I think you need to look at the system and think more deeply about how you engage in the system, right? Now, that out of the way, it is true that when there's a large group of people coming into a new area, there will be a level of instability that occurs, right? And it is on the government and the people coming, the people who've already been there, to figure out how best to meld the two groups together, if that is what is supposed to happen. But just making it out to be that these people coming here are the problem. No, you were poor before and you're poor after. That is not the problem. And I don't think you're seeing the full picture when you demonize a group. When it's not the Mexicans, when it's not the Haitians, it's gonna be somebody else. Because that's the problem with politics. We point everywhere except at the huge system with billions and billions and billions of your tax dollars not doing enough for you. And this is one thing that the Biden administration did very, very, very well. And it's their infrastructure deal, right, that came through. And they don't talk enough, really at all, about their infrastructure deal that Trump couldn't even get passed. The Biden administration did that, and they don't talk about it at all. But we look to the government to make sure that the country is secure, and they should do that. That includes helping people who can't help themselves, I believe. All right. But that's my take on the whole Ohio thing. I'm not really getting into it. I'm just here to show you a Haitian man talking to his friends that he made and realizing that they don't care at all.
Took me off of, I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability.
You're a veteran and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting and just came in here?
Yeah.
I need some solutions. I'm losing my mind.
This is Springfield, Ohio.
All right. I'm not going to go back to that lady. So you saw that lady who said, I'm losing my mind. You think, lady, I can look at, I believe you that you're losing your mind. What I don't think is that the Haitians are causing that. Yeah, the infrastructure deal was, there are a bunch of Republicans who've opposed the deal under the Biden administration, right? Who, after the new infrastructures were, they're still being created still now. They're now taking credit for it. And that is disgusting. That's what Republicans do. They'll sit around, fight, push back against things that are really popular. And when Democrats fight their way to push it forward, and it comes out and it is good and people like it, it becomes popular, they sit around and take credit for it. Sorry. Not that video. In the Quran, Satan is a jinn. He was high level and was in the company of angel. God gave the command to bow down to his creation, Adam. Satan refused. He told God he's better than man. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, Satan don't like men. Humanist.
Ohio. What was once a small town in Ohio, home to roughly 60,000 working class Americans, until 20,000 plus Haitian immigrants flooded into town with rumors of them eating the neighbors' cats and local geese.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Did you eat that cat?
And that was not, that lady is not Haitian.
Did you eat it?
Apparently that woman.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. Get rental prices with welfare subsidies. Fake
Apparently
news.
this video was
A lot of
demonetized
this
on
is-
YouTube.
Yeah.
You guys hear that?
I wonder why.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Mo, real quick. You're Haitian.
All right. Now, let me say this, and let me say it clear. The day Coconut thought he could question me about anything, and I answer, I promise you I'll just hang everything up. And yep, I'm good. I'm done. I have failed. The fact, if Coconut could ever press me on a topic, I promise you I would just give it all up. Just go live somewhere out in the woods. I wish Coconut would. You are not about to press me stammering over your words. I absolutely refuse. I absolutely refuse. And it's not the stammer, it is the unwillingness to engage in any kind of meaningful discourse. If you are stammering over something that at least makes sense, I would care. But you literally don't even know how to put sentences together. And it's not, again, your speech impediment that is the problem. I have an accent. That is not your problem. Your problem is the lack of brain cells operating at the top, up top. That's why. So no, you can't press me on what? You absolutely lost it. So here is Coconut with his very basic is too kind of word. This is his theory, and he's going to ask his question based on his theory. That I think he sat there and he thought, I just came up with this great way to ask this question. So hear him ask oh my God, hear him ask a question.
Bill's your Haitian as well.
Right.
Give us your take before we watch this video, if you don't mind, on what's going on. Because obviously speaking, these are your people. So you should know better than us. Is it real? Is it really happening? Is it part of culture? What's the story, bro?
No, it's part of the culture.
There is nothing part of the culture.
This is Mo. This is the Haitian person that works with them that they're like, oh, you're Haitian. Let's put the camera on you and let's ask you to defend your people. That is why these are not your friends, but I don't care about him as an individual in the same way that I don't care about Sneako as an individual. He sat there and watched these two men drag black women through the mud. He sat there and watched these two men put on a KKK mask. He sat there and watched these two men befriend Nick Fuentes, and he was a part of this. He participated in the culture of degeneracy. So for him to sit there now, he's gonna literally sound like he's about to cry. And there's a part of me that was moved and I was a little bit sad, but I remembered that he was friends with Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes, mind you, is a race realist. Nick Fuentes believed that the white race is better than other races of people. And they sat there and they were okay with this. They befriended him, saying he's smart, gave him a platform, elevated him. They did that. They sat around while Black women got dragged and participated in the drag. I'm not sitting here and being sorry for this man that he's being pushed out in front of the audience to be dragged and ridiculed as the representation for Haiti as they spew nonsense about eating cats and dogs. I don't feel bad for him. And I have to say that out loud to remind myself not to feel bad for him. You put yourself in that situation. And because people are toxic and terrible to everyone else, and it hadn't been turned on you yet, you sat there and thought, oh, well, I'm going to be safe. No, you weren't. And actually, you were never safe. You were always the butt of the joke. They do fat jokes, they do all kinds of jokes, and they shoved you in front of the camera and laughed at you. And you sat there and you took it. I don't feel bad for you.
Sure, when it comes to that, there is nothing. This has actually kind of been one of the a known stigma about Haitians, and every Haitian is just as confused as the other and saying the same thing. Where is this coming from? And then all of a sudden,
you know what? I hate me. I hate me so much for this. As much as I'm like angry at him, like I can't imagine how he feels having to defend his community against his friends, people he thought were his friends. Imagine, it gets worse. So we're going to play this in full, actually. And I just want y'all to like, without, if you can, don't reach out in empathy. It's very difficult to do because my heart kind of breaks, but it shouldn't because he's a terrible person.
and there's just a bunch of videos where apparently only Black people live in Haiti. Like that's the only place where there's any Black people anywhere. All of a sudden, and people showing like either AI edits or people with, and I'm like, I'm like, okay, let me hear Haitian Creole. I don't even hear any French languages being spoken in this video. And all of a sudden, oh yeah. Look.
So are you saying, Mo, that these people are lying in the video?
Yes.
Every single last person is lying?
And then
imagine being pressed by a coconut. Imagine, can you imagine you're talking, trying to explain something, and coconut, with his lack of intellect, if you don't get all the way out of my face, imagine being pressed by a coconut about anything in life, like at all. Can you imagine that? Girl, you can't even get the sentence together. Oh, girl, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I don't even take my word for it. It's already been debunked. So yes.
So was Trump lying? You think Trump was lying?
Listen to this. The fact that they just said, you think Trump was lying, they know he's about to be attacked in the chat. He can, like, I'm so annoyed because, like, I do see, there's a part of me that's like, I understand that nothing about what you will do from now on is going to change because you need to be their friends. You are actually an employee also, so that is a part of, like, how you have to show up. And so, like, being paraded by your employers who you think are your friends around in their clown show to be ridiculed by their audience is really diabolical. Like when he asked, they are very right-leaning. They're pro-Trump. They declared Trump to be the winner of the debate, right? So like, unless you're absolutely delusional, you're not about to sit there and say Trump won. So they're fully on the Trump team. When you ask this man, after he said it's been debunked, do you think Trump is lying then? You are setting him up because he cannot say no. And he doesn't say no. Listen to how this weasel, also, this coward, this weak A, nothing A, B word, sits up here and answers this question. Do you think Trump is lying? Yes, he is lying. If you believe these Haitians aren't eating cats and dogs, you know Trump is lying. it wasn't verified. But he can't do that. Look how he escapes this question. Mind you, I feel like this is workplace harassment, which is like, I feel so terrible for him, and I don't. Sorry, I'm having a moment where like my feelings and my thoughts are not in alignment, and like I know consciously that I shouldn't care, and he's toxic, and he's helped facilitated an environment that perpetuated a ton of hate and harm to people. Like, I get that. But there is a part of me that's like, I see a person hurting and I don't know what to do because I know this person's not that great of a person. But like, he's breaking, and now they ask, do you think Trump is lying? And listen to this answer. And the fact that they cut this out, the fact this is not the full live stream. They did a live stream. They cut this live stream out and they put it out individually for public consumption. They don't care.
I think someone in his camp was lying. Maybe someone who's behind him.
Do you think Trump was lying? I think someone in his camp was lying. So you can't even say Trump was lying. Mind you, Trump said they're eating the cat, they're eating the dog after Kamala whacked him about his crowd size. He was out of sorts. He might have said the same thing, I don't know. But when he said it, Kamala had already gotten under his skin, dragged him up and down them podiums on stage. He was dragged for filth. This was Trump literally trying to recover something by saying anything that came to mind. Yeah, no, he's pathetic. He is pathetic. He can't even stand firm and say anything.
Every single last person is lying.
And then I don't even take my word for it. It's already been debunked. So yes.
So was Trump lying? You think Trump was lying?
I think someone in his camp was lying. Maybe someone who's behind him. Maybe someone who works under him. They have misinformed Trump.
Could it be some people are hungry, starving?
Do you think Trump was lying? He set the man up to be dragged. It didn't work because the Mo person figured out, oh, I could just pretend that I don't know what's happening here and just say, oh, maybe Trump wasn't lying, but he was fed the information. No, Trump was lying. That didn't work. So he went back. Oh, could it be that they were hungry? I hate. Let me show you something. I hate people like him. These are the worst kind of people. I'm gonna explain why. They're useless, dislike, beta, in their words, men who no one cared about or liked or would even engage with. They know their position in the world. It is what it is, unfortunately, for someone like him, right? And so he's going to pretend like he's an alpha male. And to prove himself, he will do absolutely anything, even betray his own moral code to get people to see him as something that he's not. Let me explain something to you, sir. No one, absolutely no one, believed this persona. Interestingly, if you were a nice, kind, sweet person, people would look past the fact that, well, pretty much you show up and you have nothing to offer. People would look past that, actually. Being a good person tends to overcome everything else. How you look, how you talk. Being a good person, people tend to just not be able to treat you poorly. It is easy to drag you for your looks, for your side. It is easy to drag you for absolutely everything that is wrong with you, because you're a terrible person. Oh, he just annoys me. Because you want to know why, too? I know deep down that is not who he is. The problem is I can't look deep down for someone because what you show is who you are. Like, even if I believe under different circumstances, take you away from Myron for a minute, give you a good life, that you could be a good person, I don't see that. So all I see is what you do. And Could it be that they were hungry? That's why they ate the cat and the dog. What other reason would there be? And they didn't do it. So you didn't come up with anything. Demas, did you get the wait, did you send it to me? Please send it to me. Because I haven't gotten to the Diddy. I haven't gotten to the Diddy section. So please send that to me. Let me see if you sent it. Can you send that to me, Sin? Because I haven't gotten to the Diddy section. We're about to get to the Diddy section in a minute. Give me a second. Yep, I got it. Thank you. I got it. I'm going to send it to myself in my email.
No, what? And hold on, I'm just devil's advocate here. And some of the people are really in time of need, and they say, you know what? I'm hungry.
You know what is disgusting too? When someone say devil's advocate and they're not actually advocating for anything, they're not saying anything, you're not making an argument, you're not being a devil's advocate, you're just useless, you're just repeating what was said. You have done nothing, absolutely nothing. Thank you, Finn. I appreciate that. I'm just very annoyed. I'm actually annoyed at myself for being annoyed because right now I should just be laughing at both of these men. I should be laughing at Mo for letting Coconut drag him. That's what I should be doing. I should be laughing at Mo, but it's not funny.
I don't want EBT, or I can't get EBT. That's a dog over there. Cat over there. Maybe some voodoo. Who knows? I'm gonna eat this nigga. Can that be possible?
No. We don't go that far.
You don't go that far. What about niggas that are starving? That do voodoo?
You can say that about any. You can say that about any country. Hell, there's homeless people.
They don't do voodoo in Barbados.
They actually, the majority of Haiti is.
Who don't do voodoo in Barbados? You want to know something really weird? If you look, the fact that he said maybe voodoo, he knows what he was doing, like not mentally, because mentally he doesn't know anything, but it's a reflex of thinking about Haiti as a very specific kind of place, right? And that's what he did. It was very reflexive. When the truth is, if you look, I'm pretty sure you can find Americans who might have eaten a cat or two. I have not verified this. I don't plan to verify it, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure if you go to pretty much every country, you can find it. And so that wasn't the argument being made. The argument being made is that Trump and Vance, right, had information to say that in Ohio, Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs. That was the statement being made. And if you cannot prove that, you don't then send people on a quest to find something that you said that you didn't have proof for at the time. And so I don't like this, oh, maybe he didn't know at the time that he said it, that it was right, then it wasn't right when he said it. That's not how the game of politics works. You lied. Based on the information you had at the time you made the statement, it was not true. To sit up here with literally everyone in America that I know of dealing with like horoscope or some level of witchcraft, some are earth witch, green witch, water witch, ear witch, whatever, do you. For you to pretend like witchcraft is not like prevalent in sort of like the American ethos as part of like everyday culture is weird. The difference is when we're thinking about the Harry Potter type witchcraft, everyone is like, yay. But when you demonize any other kind of religion or witchcraft or practice, then you make it weird. You made it weird. No, if it's bad, it's all bad. If it's good, then girl, we don't care. Like it's just so annoying. Like it's almost like even in this moment, it feels like they're just like trying to demonize an entire country for no reason. Vance came out and said he was lying. Yeah, no, I saw that.
Majority of Abrahamic religion, Christian, Catholicism. I think Catholic the most. Yeah, Catholicism the most is actually.
It's funny because even him saying this is a weak response because like all you have to do is interchange the saints with the deities of whatever religion, whether we're talking about voodoo, hoodoo, whatever, right? So it doesn't actually, his response doesn't actually prove what he thinks it proves. But Coconut too dumb to even push back on that, right? Because Coconut initial point was absolutely useless. Famous, it is sad to see it's sad to see men from the diaspora cower to white supremacy. Yeah, but that's what happened. Yeah, that tends to be what happens.
The majority of Haitian population.
Okay. What do you think, Myron?
There ain't cats and dogs.
Yo, do you see the sorry, I know this is not funny for you, Mo, but did you see the meme going viral on TikTok?
Myron just said they're doing it without proof. They laugh, and what Coconut goes, well, it's not. I'm showing this to you. I'm explaining why I'm showing it to you. So he's laughing, y'all are laughing, and then you say, I know it's not funny for you, Mo. These aren't your friends. I just need you to know these aren't your friends.
Talk of the song with Trump's voice.
And don't worry, because we just watched Myron getting dragged for getting into a white-only space, right? It's the snake eating itself, right? They make fun of people who are less powerful than them, but don't worry, because they will also be made fun of and dragged by white supremacists. Like, right, you can lean into white supremacy all you want as a black man. I promise you it's not going to work in your favor. I promise you that. And we saw in real time Myron getting dragged off of Twitter. So, karma.
Eating cats
I
and
didn't
dogs.
see it, and then you played it before,
bro.
It's kind of funny.
No, but find one of those TikToks, bro. Sorry, we got play it for the audience, bro. But we'll continue.
All right.
That's
so
great.
I will also say this.
Today.
Putting talking ill-intended misinformation and ill-intended propaganda towards a country that has been stolen off of. I always say it's a go figure. And it's for everyone in the chat, everyone watching. How consistent are you when it comes to false allegations and misinformation towards countries that has been stolen off of? That's my question. We're on Twitch, so I gotta keep it up. But
stop it. Get some help. Some Dumo, man. I wish I had that sad nigga music that Chris you playing.
Yeah, I get it.
Yo, can somebody hit that sound effect for Mo?
I got you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coconut was bullied all his life, and for him to turn around bullying people like this is really annoying to me. It is really annoying to me. Like the fact that y'all are dragging your friend like that, like it's not even over something that is significant at all. So for them individually, but like, how do you not see your friend hurting? Like that's the part that's annoying me. Sorry, let's back up off of politics and how detrimental this is to a community that is already marginalized. Let's ignore that for 2 seconds to point out that like this is your employee. Oh, this is a harassment case. This is a harassment case waiting to happen, and they're not about oh my God, I wish he would just sue him. I won't. They don't care about a friendship. Why would I?
Yeah, there you go. What's the other one with the flute?
Oh,
that shit is funny.
The Naruto.
Yeah, the one with the flute.
Oh, the Naruto.
Yeah, what's the flute one, man? Play that flute one.
I don't got that shit.
You don't got it?
I know it's there. I don't know.
Yo, any cats and dogs, man.
Damn, man.
Cats and dogs song, man.
Where's Chris when you need him, bro? There we go.
There you go.
Oh, you got the song?
Hell yeah, I got it.
Haitians in French.
Good dream.
That's not nice, man.
Love you.
No, 100 cats in it. With that true?
Attacking. It's like,
Play the song real quick that's in the chat. Take over, bro.
Hey, play
Oh, here we go.
You know what? I'll stop. I'll stop.
Pick him up and run away to the bed.
Oh, man.
Yo!
I'm not playing this song. I just skipped the song. I had to skip the song.
I would freak out, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Hero
chasing
gone?
Yeah, I'm chasing him.
Bro, somebody got to pay, bro.
Yeah.
Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, fuck that.
Bro.
It's hard not to. It's hard not to. The difference between him and Sneako is I think this man is actually hurt by this. Not hurt by nothing else these men ever said, dragging any other group of people. When Trump disrespect the continent, Africa, this man didn't care, right? So I shouldn't care that he's now hurt, right? But the way he's talking and the fact that he can't find the words, the fact that his voice is cracking, the fact that they just keep doing these weird sound effects when he's trying to express himself, like it just reeks of the kind of like just evil that I understand from white supremacy, right? And then to watch the same man making fun of him go into a whites only space, Myron, and getting dragged in that space, that's very rewarding for me. But then realizing, wait, it's still the same dusty cycle.
I'd be worried.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, he'll go in there probably. And they will gladly beat you. You don't care.
Yeah, he'll come nothing.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I get most dance, you know. I get it. I understand.
Because if I was ever consistent with that logic, I'd probably be fired.
Y'all heard that? He just said to them, if I were consistent with that logic, if I treated you like you just treated me, you would fire me. That's what he just said. Now listen to their response.
What?
Yeah.
What, Mo?
What do you mean?
W reaction.
What the hell is this nigga talking about, man? Fuck this nigga talking about, bro?
You get deeper personal.
Yeah. Fuck, man.
But you won't do it.
Yeah, but you won't do it now, Mo. Your annoying ass ad-libs, nigga. How does it feel?
And your little friend, too.
Yeah.
Man.
Still, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
This nigga hurt, man. Need the back just fucking.
Well, to be fair, if it was Barbados, I'll be defending it too. But if it's true, then hey, I can't argue the truth.
Hey, man.
If it's true, it's true. You know what I'm saying?
I just believe anyone should be allowed to defend whatever country they believe in.
I have one question though. Y'all don't think it's weird that this is coming out during a presidential election? Y'all don't find that just a little weird?
No, I will say this is particularly one of the agendas probably to push a certain narrative. So yeah, elections, things go.
Is it not used during a debate?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm gonna say. You can use your brains.
And especially a lot of Haitians were leaning towards Trump. A lot.
Now I can drag. Sorry, let me get the what. No, I'm not going to do it. What do you mean a lot of Haitians were leaning towards Trump? If this is true, I can't say that. I can't. I don't feel bad anymore. I don't feel bad no more. I don't feel bad. Mm-mm. A lot. Hear this man. Hear this man. What? Why?
They're not used during a debate.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm gonna say. You can use your brains.
And especially a lot of Haitians were leaning towards Trump. A lot.
What, are they gonna vote for Kamala now?
That would be the point of their goal. Now, I'm not, I don't let that faze me, but I can only speak for myself. I can't make promises for someone else.
So he's still voting for Trump. He's still voting for Trump. And even if he's not voting for Trump, he cannot publicly say he's not voting for Trump. So a lot of Haitians were leading that way. They're like, oh, are you leading that way? Well, no, I'm not letting that faze me. It obviously fazes you. You obviously care, but you're too weak and spineless to stand up firm for what you believe in. So here's the thing. I would much rather having no one on my team and fighting on my own than having a weak, spineless person who is going to bend to the pressures of everyone else and not stand firm in what he believes in, standing beside me. I'd much rather be by myself. It is why these people can stay where they are. Like, what do you mean? You're mad, you're upset. Say it. Like, yeah, no, I prefer being by myself fighting. This, by the way, when people are like, oh my God, how did you end up in this for this many years? Y'all are bigger, stronger. This is why. Like, this is so annoying. Ugh. It's like the two idiots from that podcast talking about, we were in flight or flight mode. We just didn't know what. No, you're weak and useless. That's what you were. I'm going to them next. Since we're on the idea of weak and useless, we're gonna go on the Asian Giggles podcast foolishness, and then we'll get to Diddy.
He never said Haitians. He just said there.
And that is gaslighting. That is When Mo just pointed out that Haitians are in Florida and they were looking, he didn't say Florida, right? He said Haitians were looking to vote for Trump. This idiot is going to sit up there and say, well, he didn't say Haitians, he said they. Who do you think they were talking about in Ohio eating the cats and dogs? Who are the they, Myron? Lace front, who are the days you think Trump was talking about? Why would you ever say some foolishness like that? He didn't say Haitians were eating cats and dogs. He said they. Oh my God.
Okay, I think he understood. He's probably saw that article and they found out that person wasn't Haitian. The person in question wasn't Haitian.
Sir, no, Trump was not trying to be correct. When he said they, he was talking about Haitians and he just said they. When he said Haitians, the first part of the sentence, the Haitians are coming in, they're taking over the place. They are eating the cats. And who you think are they? You think the people who were there already is who Trump is saying is eating the cats and dogs after saying Haitians are coming in? A new arrival of people, they started eating the cats and the dogs. Who you think they were talking about? Who? You just gonna make some stuff up in your mind? You gonna say Trump was trying not to say Haitian because he didn't believe it was Haitian. He just said they just because. Just gonna sit up there and be delusional. Pretend to be delusional. Because you know exactly what you said, because that's what you were arguing with. And then Lace Front, who is your boss, said he never said Haitian, he said they. And because you are too weak and useless and spineless of a man to stand firm in your belief and push back against him, you decided that you were going to bow down to the next useless person on the podcast who is Lace Front. First, you cowered to Coconut. I don't know who in their right mind would ever sit there and let Coconut tell them what they should and should not do and press them on anything, right? So if you're going to bow to Coconut, you're definitely going to bow to Myron because they're both useless, but one is above the other in terms of their power in this podcast, right? Y'all three useless. Trash. I'm still going to play it, though.
Yeah, he said there. He never said Haitians.
Yeah. Yo, they can't vote anyway. Sorry, bro. Keep it real. They can't vote anyway, nigga. All you can do is eat cats and dogs, bro. Like, what the fuck?
When the joke is racism, the build up to the joke is racism and the punchline is racism. It's not a joke. You're just racist. You're just xenophobic. It should not be commonplace. We should not allow this to be commonplace where we're joking about a group of people just eating cats and dogs and pretending like it's not dehumanizing. It is. And that's the problem. The Mo person, his feelings are valid. He understands, maybe not mentally, because it looks like he can't even articulate himself or he's too afraid to. His feeling, the inclination he has right now about what is happening in the socio-political moment, it is accurate. It is the start of dehumanizing a group of people. So when Trump gets in office, if he gets in office, he can do whatever he wants, and we have been programmed to not care because we don't see them as human. It is not right. When Trump is proposing to deport millions of people and build camps to shove people in, vis-a-vis Project 2025 that he distanced himself from now, you think that's just going to stop at these Haitians?
Hey, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Close the border. Build the wall.
Yo, this nigga, bro, so tight, bro. Never seen this nigga so mad, bro.
Build the wall.
Look at him. He's like, what the? This nigga so mad.
Yo, I'm about to bust your balls, bro. Pause.
Yo.
Oh, this kid's busting your cats. Pause. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Holy shit, man. Fresh, you on with today, man.
No, bro. We're twins, man.
Yo,
man,
shit, man.
Someone thought, let's
This nigga
go.
So mad. Show my camera, bro. This nigga's so mad right now, man.
Cool.
Yeah, niggas like, want to show my camera.
Think about to bust a Shannon Sharp. Bet you won't do it.
Yo, lip is quivering. This nigga, yeah, man. He's
I know when a laugh is real and I know when a laugh is fake. And they're so disgusting. They are. He says something that I'm just going to play because I did like what he said here, but it's just, actually, no, I'm not going to give him that credit, actually. I'm just going to move on. So that was the whole implosion, not really. Sneako is fighting against the manosphere, and there are people who in the manosphere who are Haitian, and they're taking issue with what is being said. My thing is, like, does the thief have to show up to your door for you to understand that theft is a problem? Like, does your things have to be stolen for you to empathize with people who are losing things? Like, I don't understand why it's so difficult. Even the idea that Haitians were looking to vote for him, girl, why? Why Haitians looking to vote? You know what? Let's just move on to another group of weak people that I do not. I did a live stream for members only, and I was discussing these two men. Fahad and James, right? I'm not going back to find those videos of them speaking poorly about anyone. Not doing that. I'm just going to go through what was said, the apology, and then Andrew Schultz, or whatever his name is, his response. So let's do that.
They shave their hair because they start losing it. Because they're so stressed being around this black girl complaining about shit all the fucking time. That's why they gotta shave their hair.
Nah, bro. White guys with black girlfriends, they
grow a beard because there's more cushion when they get slapped the fuck out of.
When I'm with my guys,
Yeah.
everybody's a target.
Oh, yeah.
Black women, black men.
I don't really care what I actually agree with you, Power. They don't know the difference. So, like, by Haitian, they're probably just talking about black generally. So they went on Andrew Schultz foolishness, and Andrew Schultz made a comment about black women. Well, they were talking about the black wife, black girlfriend, black wife effect, right? And what that is, you all see it. It's a bunch of people posting images of themselves with the white men who are broken down and busted, disgusted, and disregarded before, and then afterwards they look presentable. I don't like this trend. I have a whole critique of this trend, but I think it's harmless fun ultimately. So I never put out a critique because I'm like, okay, it is harmless fun. It is what it is, right? So they talked about it, and Andrew, not one, to just let it go, decided that he was going to give a different theory, or give a theory, his theory, for why these men have a drastic shift in presentation of self after they've been with a Black woman. And he decided that he was going to explain that it's because Black women are abusive, angry, all of that, the stereotypes, he throw it out there. And then he follows up the questioning, the concerns. He follows this up by saying, oh, who do you like? Do you like Black girls or white girls? And then they said both. And then Andrew follows up and says, which one do you like more? It is in this moment that I realized that they were being set up. But the trap was so very obvious, right? Not only was the trap obvious that they were being set up for, if they had any sense of human decency in my mind and care for Black people and Black women in particular, this would not be a trap. It would not be a trap. So y'all can whine and cry. I've seen 2 people's video covering this where they're like, we need to focus on Andrew's shows. Let me play it because I recorded it. Foreign Men, I am so sorry, you're one of them. Where is this? I'm laughing because I'm seeing something that I saved, and I was like, it's gonna go really quickly.
Do you guys have you ever had Black girlfriends? Yeah. Have you ever had white girls? Yeah. Oh wow. I feel like he didn't even have that much of a delay when he asked about the white girl part. Like he immediately, he had to think about it initially when it came. Like, is it, you have Black girlfriends? Yeah. Do you have white girls? Yeah. The milk. Yeah. Do you guys have you ever had Black girlfriends? Yeah. Have you ever had white girls? Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. What's your favorite? Yeah, this nigga. I ain't gonna lie. And we don't get to it because one of the things I have a problem with, I'm not trying to absolve Fuad and James, but I will say that this nigga right here is being diabolical and he knows it and he's playing them in their face, and I ain't gonna lie to you, we need to get on this nigga too. This nigga should not be able to operate in the way that he is. As these niggas, if my little brother party, like, listen, I must be the ass that Jesus tried.
All right. Anyway, it was going too quickly. I know I'm not slowing it down. Now, I did ultimately agree with his take, but every time these men do something, a bunch of people jump out like, oh, they were set up, it was a trap. You keep falling into the same trap over and over and over again. I am sorry, this is a you problem. If every person knows about, sees, and walks into the same trap over and over and over again, I'm sorry, I'm not going to look at the trap. The trap is what it is. Andrew Schultz is a racist. He's been a racist in my book. So the fact that I'm sitting here listening to these people talking about, oh my God, he tried to set them up. Yes, he did. Sure. And what about it? And what about it? If you liked Black women, him asking if you like Black women wouldn't have been a problem. If you cared, you want to know something toxic and terrible? I knew for a fact if he said something about Black men, they would have checked him. I know so like when I hear them like, oh my God, I didn't know, no, like come back, like we don't care. We don't care. And I have a message to Black women who are online dragging them. You don't have to listen to me, but please continue to drag away. Do not be gaslit into thinking this is so minuscule and no, keep dragging. The reason is not because they sat there and laughed. That's not why. That is a problem. That is a problem that I can say, okay, maybe they're uncomfortable. They don't know how to show their discomfort. It is the apology. It is the apology. The apology is a problem. But not only is the apology a problem because they were like, in the moment, I was trying to fight or flight. But then Andrew comes back out and say, well, actually, no, because I asked them what they didn't like about the video before I posted it, and they were asked what they needed to take out, they wanted to take out, and none of them took that out. In fact, they removed that portion of Andrew's video on their channel thinking it ate. So now you expect me to believe you had flight or fight? What? Really? No. No, you didn't. You didn't care at the time you were saying it. You didn't care. You were laughing. It didn't even occur to you in my book. And everyone is like, oh my God, I was watching and I can tell they were uncomfortable. Literally, the entirety of BreadTube over there talking about how they can tell that these men, when they laugh, they were uncomfortable. I couldn't tell. They weren't no uncomfortable because they took the video and they reposted it on their page. They now removed it. So how uncomfortable could you have been when you reposted the video, didn't apologize, didn't even say anything about it until weeks later? Not only that, you had the opportunity in your discomfort, right, after the fact, to have them edit it out because it was sending the wrong message to women out there, and you did not tell them to edit it out if Andrew is supposed to be believed. So we don't care. It is not the action. It is the subsequent actions you took. The initial action was bad. The subsequent action in the lying is what's the problem. Don't sit there and try to gaslight your group. The funny thing is, before Andrew's video came out, I was fully prepared to come on here and say, why is anyone surprised? They've said negative things about Black women, like they're just bros being bros, apparently, as according to Abba and Preach. That song hits. And so, boys being boys. So I was fully willing to come out here and say, well, y'all, why y'all mad? If you listen to everything they say, ignore the accent, ignore them laughing, ignore all of that. Like one of them said, like, if you were a Black woman, you wouldn't get a Black man, to one of his girlfriends. That same one was like, I need to tell you how Black women traumatized me when I was a child. So this is a grown man talking about, oh, Black women traumatized him when he was a child. Like, so like the fact that Black women were like, oh my God, yeah, okay, fine. Do you watch what you want to watch? I'm not going to blame you. It's completely on you. Fine. We love that for you. Great. And I was going to come up here and say, well, we get what we get as a community. But when I saw the apology, and then I saw Andrew Scholl say, no, they weren't in no flight or fight, nothing. Because after the fact, I asked them if there's something that you wanted to come out of the interview, like remove. And they didn't say that. So let's watch the apology and drag them. I mean, sorry. Let's watch their apology and talk about it in a calm, nice way.
We do this for you guys, like.
Yeah, you guys are all we have, man.
You guys are literally all we have. You
guys,
girls.
Right, before we get into today's episode, quick PSA, quick acknowledgement. So, if you know, you know. If you don't, that's fine. But we just wanted to address something that's happening at the minute. This past weekend, there's been a couple of clips going around from when we did a session on the Flagrant podcast while we were on our US tour. And yeah, there were a few jokes made that were incredibly inappropriate. One specifically pertaining to Black women. And in the clip, Andrew was making a joke. I'm not even going to get into specifics. Making a frankly racist joke. And we were laughing at it. And to give, there's first of all, before we get into like specifics or anything like that, obviously there's just literally no excuse. There is no excuse.
Agreed.
And fight or flight is a real thing. Like it is, yeah. Fight or flight is.
There's no excuse, and then he goes on to give an excuse for his behavior. If there's no excuse, just own it. Say, in the moment, we should have said something. We didn't. I am sorry. You go, oh, I was in fight or flight. I didn't know what to do. I was shocked. I was scared. You are two grown men. I'm pretty sure each of you individually were bigger than every man on that show. I'm not advocating for anything, mind you. I'm just saying, right? And so if you ask me, Demas, how do you think we ended up in... It keeps wanting to come out. That's so inappropriate. But like, there's this notion that like Black people have bigger bodies. Black men are our muscles come in easier. And apparently this is statistically true, mind you. And that we're bigger, tougher, we can do things, whatever. We're more athletic men, right? And like people keep saying this, and I'm like, I don't think you think that it's doing what you think it's doing. I don't think you think that, even if true, is doing what you want it to do. Because, like, if you are measuring manhood by the size of whatever, by how tall you are, how buff you are, how deep your voice is, okay, fine, measure manhood that way. But if you're going to go into flight or fight mode, when it's literally a conversation, like, it is a conversation that you literally didn't have to get physically upset about. Like, you didn't have to fight, essentially. Why not just express yourself? Do you think protect Black women means fight everyone? Is that what you think protect? Is that what you think it means? Because it doesn't mean that. You're sitting there talking about, oh, I was so scared, I was so demure, I was so mindful. We don't care. You didn't have to fight. You didn't have to come out of character. You could literally have asked, what do you mean by that? That is a stereotype. Also, to all the people in ConvertTube who are saying, oh, they're from the UK, this is different. Oh, it's not. It's really not. It is not. The stereotypes persist in the UK and all over Europe. They fully are aware. There is no part of, they just said it's racist. This is how diabolical BreadTube is, by the way. Not the whole thing, just this one part. They said at the moment they were in fight or flight mode, which means they understood what was happening. For y'all to be sitting over there talking about, oh, there might be a difference in like race, and there's a different, I don't know why they brought up race, but there's a difference in culture. They might not be aware of what is happening. They know full well everything that is happening in America. They're not blind to it. There's no excuse. They fully know. They admit to know. By saying they were in fight or flight mode, it means that they fully were aware. That's what that means. When they say I was in fight or flight mode, they were like, oh yeah, he's a racist. No, I don't know what to do about it. That's what they were saying. Someone said it's not. The stereotypes are national. I have lived. No. The answer to you is no. No. Once you're pseudo self, I know. I don't think I fully understand this super chat. I apologize. Claiming fight or fight against a measly malnourished woman with mustache that shows how much of a wannabe they are. Shame. I actually think shame too. They know full well. They know there is no part of them. I have lived, my mom has lived, half my family is in the UK. You're not about to sit here and tell me that in the UK, the angry Black woman stereotype is not known. That's not a thing. And not only do we know they know from my experience and everything that I've read about the UK, we know they know because they confess to knowing. They literally said in the moment our fight or flight system were engaged because of the racism coming out. They knew, they confessed to knowing. That's what they're saying when they said in the moment we just wanted to move on because of the racism that was spewing. They knew. There's not a defense of them using ignorance here, because they confessed that they knew if they had come out and said, oh, we came home and we just learned that that was racism or whatever, right? We learned it. Then I would call them a liar. I don't have to call them a liar because they already confessed to knowing. Stop saying they don't know. Why are you defending them in the chat? They knew.
It's a real thing, and it's so not easy to say, but when you're in those situations, you look at it through a lens of like, bro, if it was me, I promise you I'll stand up, I'll kick them cameras down, I'll smack homeboy in the face, I'll say this, I'll do that. But when you're in there, you're in shock.
You're in shock, and all you want to do is move on.
Yeah.
When they say when you're in there, you're in shock, and all you want to do is move on, what do you think that means to the person who said they might not have known? Did anyone say they should fight Andrew? No one said they should fight Andrew. The fact that they're making up this weird thing where the request was that they fought him is weird. No one is asking for that. What we asked for is for you to push back, to not laugh. Even a smirky look would be fine. A disgusted look would be fine. An apology that actually takes accountability for your lack of engagement would have been fine.
Bro,
literally,
move on
all
is
you
the
wanna
fucking
do-
word, bro. All you want to do is fucking move on. Just move on to the next thing. Just
Yeah.
move on to the next thing.
There's
And
so
like we
many
had to say a
times.
few times, bro, just move on.
Just move
Just
on.
move
Literally,
on.
so many different topics. People like move on, move on, move on. And
Yeah.
You want to know something really bad? They are the good guys. They're the good guys. With all the terrible stories they've told, they are the good guys. And what's true is that they just didn't think it mattered that much. That's what happened. It started mattering when Black women said it mattered. And that's something that I think Black women, unfortunately, are going to have to continue to do, is speak up about what matters. Because it's a double-edged sword. On one end, you can engage it and change the culture where you don't become the joke, right? On the other, people will use that to gaslight you because you are not protected after they've insulted you, and use that to do what Kevin Samuels did to propel his channel upwards. Yeah, the word bandits will always be funny. The word bandits will it's not even the word, it's actually how you say it. Because I can't say it well.
it's not even like about pity laughs or anything, but we just wanted to
Get out of that situation.
literally get out of that situation, keep the ball rolling. And we thought it was going to be more of like a bros chat.
Yeah,
but
just
why would you want to keep the ball rolling? Maybe I might be toxic. I might actually have a toxic trait. Here's my toxic trait. I don't let things go. You know that those moments where I'm not going to tell the full story, but you know those moments where people say something weird, like one person in the group says something, and we're not sure what it means. You know, when everyone wants to move on, y'all see it on the stream where I will stay on a point for hours. Because no, you're gonna clarify. I need to understand who you are and what you said. We went to Louisiana to Marie Laveau's grave. We did a cemetery tour, and the lady said something. Won't say what she said because she's this older lady or whatever. And I stopped the tour because I had questions. And the person with me was so annoyed at me. But afterwards, they're like, I get it, but do you have to fight every battle? No, I don't. And I'm trying my best to not have to do this. And I don't recommend this, right? So what I'm saying ultimately is I don't know this inclination. I promise you I don't understand this. Oh, he is racist, or they might have said something racist. I'm uncomfortable. Let's just move on. Unless my safety is at risk or my job is at risk, I'm not doing it. We're going to sit there and we're going to talk. I'm going to need to know where you're coming from. I am not going to let my discomfort be the only discomfort in the room. I am uncomfortable because something racist was said or implied, so now everyone in the room is going to be uncomfortable because you're going to explain to me in front of all of your friends and my friends what you just meant. That's what we're going to do. And so we all going to be uncomfortable. You're going to make the decision of inviting me back to your condo for cocktails, and while we talk about homelessness, you're going to figure out if you want me there or not, because if I am there, you don't get to just make these statements and we just move on because the only Black person in the room is uncomfortable. Nah, we all going to get uncomfortable. You know what? Let's just talk about race generally. Let's do it.
ended up being something that's
ended
not
up
meant to
being
be.
something that's like really, really hurt people that look to us for support and look to us to feel protected. And protected is the main thing that I wanted to discuss, is that it is our duty to protect you guys.
Facts.
And it is definitely not cool to be in that situation. And again, not be the ones to stand up and kick the cameras down. And we fucked it on that occasion.
We did.
It's not going to happen again. And it's about being human. It's about realizing that you don't know what you prepared.
Exactly, Mika. And it's not to say they should. I'm saying racist jokes aren't funny. Like, if you are going to, if the punchline for your joke is racism, like that's the joke, like, no, just get better material because you can't do it. Like, the idea that, oh, when I'm being racist, I'm just telling edgy jokes, it's like weak and useless. It's not funny. Like, oh, you slapped him. He's growing a beard because a black woman is going to slap him. Black women are aggressive, essentially, is the punchline. What? That's the punchline? Go get all the way out of my face. Thank you, Miss Lachey.
For you don't know how to prepare for something
you don't know
that you don't know what's
yeah,
going to happen.
Yeah.
And once it's happened one time, you're like, fuck, all right.
You learn from your mistakes, and that's literally
you
learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, we fucked it, and we're sorry.
You definitely do apologize.
It's, for me, like, it's one of them ones where you don't realize that, like, for one, when you're part of a community, you don't realize that you can hurt your own community.
Especially.
Okay, then go to school. Go learn about internalized racism, internalized homophobia. Learn about how Black individuals, I don't know, Clarence Thomas, Candace Owens, have existed and harmed their own community. If you didn't know that, if that's the belief you have that you can harm your community as a part of the community, look to Black femicide, right? So you literally know nothing. And you refuse to do the kind of learning. And yeah, it doesn't feel like, thank you again, Lachey, I appreciate that. They don't care. That is the vibe I get. The thing they care about right now is that they're being questioned and their bottom line might be affected. They don't actually care about the impact of the statement. They don't care that people are in front of them. A skinny man just sat in front of them. There are other descriptors I have, but I will refrain from them. Sat in front of them, dragged their community or members of their community, and they did absolutely nothing. You want to know why they did nothing? Because they were afraid and weak and useless. But also, they agree. That's why. When you sit up there and say, oh, why would you want to be Black to your girlfriend? If you were Black, you wouldn't have Black men. This is what they were talking about to their one of them, to their ex-girlfriend. Why? Because you have these ideas about Black women too. You do. You do. You do. And people are like, oh, it was a different time. Again, go find it. I send you on a mission to go find my Facebook, Instagram, whatever. Find a statement I've ever made publicly disparaging Black women. Go do it. It was never good. It was never funny. It was never edgy. There was no point in my life that I've ever thought, you know what? Who I'm going to drag today? Black women. It never happened, ever. So even if they're like, oh, those old tapes y'all are pulling up of us speaking poorly about Black women, it's just like, we were young. You were never that young when you were here. Black women are aggressive, but Black men are toe tagging everyone in the community, right? Like, it's so annoying too, because it's like, you know, they would have stood up and they would have understood if it was like a Black man stereotype. Thanks, then. It's still an insult because they're saying Black women need them to act like me, brute animals to protect them. It's still our and that's the thing. Like, no one asked you to fight. No one asked you to get angry. No one even asked you to get angry. Actually, all people were like is like, at least push back a little or don't laugh. Don't let this man think that his joke is funny, because he's not.
When you're not, when unintentionally,
for real,
and also on top of that, it was so crazy that like the narrative that's been spun about how we feel about our community, the irony of the fact that whilst the whole
what community? I'm gonna leave it alone.
reason we're in that country was to just show how much we love our community and show how much we love our.
The reason you came to the U.S. is to show how much you love the community. It wasn't to make money. It wasn't to make money. It was to show love to the community. God, ain't nobody felt that love, because you definitely went to Atlanta and dragged the women in Atlanta, said they were not attractive. Then you went to Andrew Schultz and you allowed Black women to be dragged. Like, you know what? I'm going to go back to my original point. I don't know why anyone is confused. I don't know why anyone is confused.
Our supporters and how much time we spent at the shows and just like getting to know people and just like understanding our community better and just like making friends and making bonds and showing love, and they're showing love. And this whole 6-week trip was just about showing how much we love our community and how much our community show out for us. And then to have that exact same trip be the reason that we're having to have this conversation now. But at the end of
the trip is not what how do you distance yourself so far from what was actually done? The trip isn't the problem. What you did on the trip was. What you didn't do plus what you did on the trip was. It's not the trip itself. Oh my God. I'm just going to move on because they're making me annoyed. Let's continue. Sure. Andrew Schultz decided to out them, and so here.
Mad funny about this is that they had shit that they asked to take out the episode. You know what they didn't ask to take out?
Your racist slander. Why's your nose twitching?
They had shit. Their producer, whatever, was like, "Hey, we really think that's inappropriate. We'd like to take that out. That's very uncomfortable." Their fight and flight instinct really kicked in after the power down. But with that joke about the Black women, nothing really seemed. The fight or flight wasn't really there.
Your delivery was too good.
Maybe they were seduced by the delivery.
Yeah,
I like them. I feel bad they're going through this, but you don't got to protect anybody. That's what I would say. To y'all personally, to y'all publicly, you don't got to protect. Your people are equal. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's listen to the end of the apology.
You love.
Who is? Why is the? How is the? When is this? No. All right, girl.
Learn from your mistakes, and
that's true.
That's literally
I don't understand. Toothless just out there just saying things like it's just.
Literally,
learn from your mistakes,
we
man.
fucked it, and we're sorry.
You
And
definitely do apologize.
It's for me, like it's one of them ones where you don't realize that, like, for one, when you're part of a community, you don't realize that you can hurt your own community,
especially
when you're not, when unintentionally,
for real,
and also on top of that, it was so crazy that like the narrative that's been spun about how we feel about our community, the irony of the fact that whilst the whole reason we're in that country was to just show how much we love our community and show how much we love our supporters and how much time we spent at the shows and just like getting to know people and just like understanding our community better and just like making friends and making bonds and showing love, and they're showing love. And this whole 6-week trip was just about showing how much we love our community and how much our community show out for us. And then to have that exact same trip be the reason that we're having to have this conversation now. But at the end of the day, mistakes make you a bad person. You're not born a perfect person. And we don't appease that behavior. We don't.
Right. We get it. So here's the thing. Listen, I do have empathy for what they're going through. They're young into this content game.
Exactly.
And this is what happens with a lot of people who are like funny on the internet, but they're not comedians. So they are still concerned about cancellation. I think comedians, we understand that being funny is saying inappropriate things.
Funny is not saying inappropriate things. Being funny can include some inappropriate things, but if your definition of being funny is itself saying inappropriate things, it is a problem, and that's probably why you as a comedian is not funny. All right.
That thing that's inappropriate is something about you. Sometimes it's about other people. But the nature of being funny is something inappropriate happening. Yeah. Right? And
No. Some of the best comedians use very mundane things and tell stories that are funny. The fact that you think that being funny is itself the using inappropriate. Just say you are terrible. You need the actual event itself to be the funny thing. You can't make something funny and thus you're not a comedian. I guess anyone can say they're a comedian. Apparently he's a professional comedian. But ew.
I think what they don't realize is because they're young in the game. We've all went through this. It's like scary in the beginning. You really think you're going to be canceled. You're worried. I'm sure that they have people that they have to take care of, and they're like, oh, what if I have to go back and I have to get a regular job? Is it all over? I completely have empathy for that. I get that. What they don't realize is by apologizing, you're just amplifying it. The people that are upset at this, the majority of them don't even listen to the podcast. A lot of them are probably resentful of your success, and they're like, why the fuck should these guys make all this money? And they're just like reacting to stupid videos on the internet and like tell.
No, they're fans who support them and apparently pour into them, saw them do something terrible and tell them about it. They're not jealous of them. I don't think this is from a place of jealousy. Most of the people, but this is, by the way, when I say narcissistic, I'm not calling the person a narcissist, right? You can have traits of narcissism without yourself being a full-blown narcissist, like it is a diagnosable disorder, right? So I'm not calling him that. But this feels narcissistic to reframe critique as, oh, they're just jealous. So you can sidestep accountability. By the way, I don't care nothing about this man. I don't care if this man apologized. I don't care if this man is racist. I can't boycott this man because I don't listen to this man. Right? Whatever. I'm just trying to analyze his response to their apology because they should have known better.
They're
just friends. I'm just friends.
Yeah, I'm just friends. Why can't I have millions of dollars like they have? So but they don't realize that. They really think it's their community. Your community still loves you. Your community still knows you. And if you actually have a community, like you say, which I do believe you do, they're not going to immediately throw you away because of one clip where you're laughing at a clear fucking joke.
I was at the live show. They're not going anywhere. Your fans fucking love you.
You said the live show was amazing.
It was amazing. And your fans fucking love you. They're not going anywhere.
But what you have done, and this is hopefully the learning moment, is that you have empowered those people that are trying to cancel you. Remember, the people trying to cancel you get off on you being canceled. You having to come out and apologize and bend to their whim and change the disposition of who you are. And it is a change, right? Because you had the ability to edit it out. You chose not to edit it out. Didn't mean anything to that. You only want to edit it, or you only want to talk about it now because of the negative reaction. If nobody reacted to it, you wouldn't go back and be like, we feel horrible and we have to protect our community and all.
These are the parts that I play. He's completely correct here. If you thought it was bad, you would have sua sponte given your apology. You would have asked them to remove it from there. We would have seen work in that. You literally did not care, both the Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Neither of them cared until it became a problem on the internet. Look, this man posted the interview and no one cared about it because his audience realize he's racist. They loved him for his racism. It does not matter. They took the clip because they did not see anything wrong with it and reposted it on their channel, and then they started getting dragged like a month after this interview took place. You see what happened? It is not random people outraged by his interview and what he said, Andrew said. It is when they put it on their platform and their own fans saw it, that they began to get dragged. So it's not jealous people, it's actually the people who supported them who are mad. But you have to reframe everything in your mind. Little do you know, none of the people who watch you cared about what you said because you had that interview up for a month and no one cared about it until they, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, posted it on their channel, which indicate that you are incorrect. They didn't know there was something wrong with it. They didn't care even if they knew there was something wrong with it because they didn't ask you to remove it. They didn't respond to you when you said it in the moment, and they reposted it on their channel, so they can't be up here talking about fight or flight. So you are in fact correct, racist man, that they were fine with your racist joke. Yes, you are correct.
All this other bullshit you're saying. The learning lesson here is you do not apologize, because you're just going to empower these people who aren't even part of your community in the first place. You guys have built something with people who actually know you and care about you.
Again, it is his community. No one cared about it until they posted it on their channel.
And one thing that happens could never sway them, especially on a podcast where you're joking around. Like, it's ridiculous. That's a learning lesson.
And I think also when you're first going through that, you think about, oh, we have black female fans. I appreciate them so much. I think they must be so hurt by this. They're not hurt by this. You don't realize that. You start feeling empathy for people that don't feel bad.
Why is this man with his chin looking like it looks, speaking on behalf of black? Is this a black woman? Let me zoom in. This might be a black woman. I don't think this is a black woman. So why is he speaking on behalf of black women? Why did this man say black women aren't mad? Like, is he the black woman? Y'all remember what was happening to Fresh and Fit and that Mo guy? Wait for it. I won't be watching, so I won't know when it happened, but I promise you the tables will turn and he will be the one getting dragged shortly. I promise you that. Racist and racism have a way of just kind of repeating itself. And he's just not the victim right now yet. They are weak and their courage is reserved for women, especially black. Yeah. These men sat up there talking about fight or flight, and these are the same kind of men, not them specifically, but talking about submission. When a man half your size is making you fearful to speak back to them, the group should not get no kind of submission. Y'all need to figure that out. No one should be getting submission, period.
Weren't hurt. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, if you're thinking about all the black girls you see at the live shows, blah, blah, those girls are probably so heartbroken. They think, no, they don't. They know who you are.
Those girls know who you are. They're no joke and go out.
So I agree with everything you said, but I think in their situation, I don't necessarily feel like they shouldn't apologize because their fan base is different. You guys are comedians. You cultivated a fan base that are used.
This weak man can't even call out the racism. There's always one. There's always one sitting off somewhere, not being able to do what needs to be done. Cannot check the person speaking poorly. I didn't even see this man. I promise you, until this man spoke, I didn't know he was there. I have watched this. Not to this extent, just a small part of this. I watched this small part like 3 times before I came on. I didn't make it this far. I promise you I didn't even know he was there. No. I mean, there's always one. There's always one in the group. Not one, like a small number, one in the group. Just sitting there like, I mean, I kind of know it's racist, but I'm not going to say anything. This is him attempting to defend his brothers. A clean cut. Yeah. That's probably why women are running over there like, oh, yeah.
Used to edgy jokes. So their fans tuned into the show and heard them talk or laugh.
You just sit there calling racism edgy joke.
About jokes in a way that they've never done before. And so their fans can be disappointed. So it's like, I don't think it's wrong to necessarily apologize in that aspect.
I would agree with you if the reaction to that episode happened immediately after it came out. There was no negative reaction after it came out. This is like a month, 2 months.
Idiot. The reason no one reacted to your video when it came out is because your fans are okay with you being racist. They know you're racist. They expect your racism. Therefore, when you said it, black women weren't in your comments watching because they didn't care. Those men, on the other hand, when they reposted the clip, that's when people got wind of what was happening because thankfully, unlike that black man on the couch, black women aren't over there watching you. They were over on Tweedledee and Tweedle, whatever. They were over there watching them. And that's why a month, 2 months after is when it happened, because no one cares in the black community, at least from black women's perspective, what you do over there in your racist climate. We don't care about the weather over there. How could it not have gone viral when I did it? No one cared when you did it. It's that simple.
After the episode came out. And to me, that's indicative of somebody who just likes canceling or causing nonsense on the internet. They're trying to like bait people with, the
This is also on the back end of another thing about them. This supports the thing.
Oh.
People are already not liking them for whatever reason. And it's not because of them. It's because they're resentful, hateful, angry, bitter, jealous people who see these guys.
No. This was the thing. There was no hate train. There was nothing before this. This was the thing. This was the thing. And you are not about to sit there and rewrite what is happening. They reposted a clip from this interview with Andrew Schultz. And when they posted it, people pointed out, oh, wait, this is a problem. This is a problem.
Fucking killing it, being happy, having fun, all over. They're going across continents.
For doing nothing.
Yeah.
Podcasting, it looks like it's the easiest thing in the world. And honestly, it's really not that hard. I understand why people are resentful of the success of podcasting.
Yeah,
okay?
of course.
They don't have another thing that they could do to justify where they are. Like we do stand-up. And everybody, you can say whatever you want about stand-up, but most people are scared to do it.
Yeah.
It is an art, a skill that you can refine. Say whatever you want about Draymond.
I thought it was just talking about degenerate stuff. I thought comedy was just saying, I didn't realize it was an art and a skill to it. You just said it was about being disgusting and racist. Who knew?
Green's podcast. You can't talk that much shit about him hooping.
Yeah.
That shit is hard. You can't hoop like him.
Yeah.
You might be critical, you say, oh, I can't shoot, whatever, but you can't hoop like him. You're not gonna lock down 7-footers at 6'7" or whatever the fuck he is like he does. And they don't have that other thing to justify what they have.
Stand up, most of you won't even get on the stage. So
Exactly.
Yeah. But,
So
so people are resentful, so they do this thing, and then they find this podcast clip, just justify whatever BS narrative they're spinning about these guys, and then they throw that on the fire. And that's why I felt bad that they're using us as a tool. And the joke, I didn't even know what the joke was. I watched the joke. It's so clearly a joke.
Yeah, I know.
It's so clearly a joke, and it's funny. Yeah. We've said much crazier things in.
It's so clearly a joke and it's funny. Sir with the hat, sir with the black, sir with the black. What do you have to say about it? Sir with the black, nothing? We have nothing to say about it. Did you think it was a funny joke, sir with the hat and the black? No, nothing. Yeah, I'm talking to you, sir, with the black, the glass, the hair, the hat. All right, period.
Laughed at it. That was so quick and so funny and such a turnaround that you just have to laugh at it. It's just taking what you said and then turning it around back on. It's like verbal jujitsu, and that's why you laugh.
I get their position, it sucks. I do think they're nice guys, but
they're awesome.
Being in that spot, I just don't ever need to apologize for laughing at a joke. If they came on and said the joke, then maybe they can be like, look, I did something wrong. I said a joke I shouldn't have said. My apologies. But they just laughed at a joke. I laugh at shit that's fucked up.
All the time. You see a fat person fall off a building and die and crush a daycare.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That is a funny thing. You never saw that? A fat person fall off a building and crush an entire daycare?
It's extremely funny.
Yeah, it is a crazy thing to happen.
It's so tragic.
Yeah.
These men just said they're a stand-up comedian, and an example of comedy that they just said was a fat person falling from a daycare or whatever. That's the joke. What's the punchline? What's the setup? Fat person fall joke. Where's the joke? That's just fat phobic, right? Even people are like, oh my God, everything is phobic. Okay, fine. But give a joke. Y'all are 4 comedians, apparently, don't know where the funny is. How could y'all not even come up with a good joke now? Fat person fall. That's the joke? Okay, girl. I am a stand-up comedian. It's difficult. They don't have anything to fall back on. It's like, don't toot your horn that much, girl, because you're not doing anything.
Yeah, Israel does it all the time in Gaza. Actually, that's
yeah.
More specific.
That was not funny. They're talking about unaliving hundreds of people. But not only that, that forced laughter is wild to me. That was not funny. None of them actually laughed beside this Andrew person. You know, when I do this to cheat my jokes, right? If I'm telling a joke and I laugh, people will laugh with me. Not because the joke is funny, because I'm not a comedian, but because people, for some reason, find my laugh infectious, right? It is the laugh that people join in with, not the joke that was made, because the joke was not funny. You were not funny. That was not funny. You're talking about people dying. And the fact is, even death generally you can turn into a joke. That was not funny. You're not funny. And this is subjective, but none of your colleagues, none of your stand-up comedian brethren were laughing. You have apparently more power than all of them. It's quite obvious that you're the lead in the show. And so they're just bending over backwards to make you think you're funny, particularly this one right here. The guy with the black.
Less funny, but it's still pretty funny. Yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point. Maybe we went too far. Maybe you guys went too. Anyway, we don't have to bring it back to the Jews, which is often what happens in conversation.
That's what Dub does, though. He does always bring it back to the Jews with this guy.
But he had a great time in Vegas.
Great
time. He had
It was not
Get off your phone so much, bro.
It was not.
Anywho, I don't want to hear no more of this. Kind of useless. I want to go talk about another degenerate. Diddy. Let's talk about Diddy. I'm actually quite annoyed. I should have just done the Diddy thing before I did this, because now they kind of make me annoyed. I'm trying to think if I should put my outline on the screen. Yeah, let's play this. Let's let's do a refresher. We're about to get into this Diddy conversation. Before we start, I think Sin just sent me something from Dr. Umar that I have not seen. I've not seen this at all. And before we even go through the case, break down the case, do any of that, I just want to go. I want us to watch that together because I haven't seen it. So let's do that.
Holmes's federal charges have little, if anything, to do with domestic abuse or pedophilia. His major sex crime federally is he's being accused of transporting women across state lines to engage in sex. What we call prostitution. Not Casey, not the freak-offs, not underage girls, but prostitution. Why am I bringing this up? Because I don't support prostitution either. I do not support men paying for the sugar box. I do not support Black women having to sexually exploit their sugar box in order to pay their bills. With that being said, prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. Sean Puffy Combs' federal prostitution is the charges.
Before I let this nonsense continue, I don't think this man understands what racketeering is, right? I don't think he understands what a criminal enterprise is. I don't think he understands any of that. So let me just explain something really quick. I'm going to go over my outline in detail in a minute. Before I do, because I'm not reading the whole thing, I already read it, saw people reading it, going over it. So I just kind of broke down and took the most important parts and created my outline. So when we talk about predicate crimes, right, we're talking about offenses Diddy has engaged in, criminal offenses, since 2008. The larger racketeering charge is a big charge. We're talking about a RICO case, but we're talking about sex trafficking, right? We're talking about forced labor, kidnapping, arson, interstate transportation for purpose of prostitution, bribery, and obstruction of justice. I don't know why these men keep coming online and pretending like they don't know how to read. You can go read the indictment if you actually want to see what he's being charged for. Stop saying he's being charged for prostitution. Stop saying he's out here being charged for being quote unquote freaky. That is not what. He's holding people against their will. He's beating people. He's abusing people. He's transporting people across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, which makes it a federal crime. Y'all sitting up there not actually engaging in any meaningful work at all. Someone said they aren't pretending. They're not pretending to. And objection, Diddy like the schman's drug and oil, right? And they keep forgetting the fact that men are included. They keep. We'll get to we'll get to this in a moment. This is why Black women are forced to be strong. Black men tell us we're not as feminine as other women, but we can't afford to be soft because Black men fold in the face of other men. Black women have to stand up for the Black community because Black men won't. Right. At least yeah.
Oldest female business on the planet Earth. Prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. It is the sexual trafficking that Sean Puffy Combs is being accused of. Not domestic abuse, not freak offs, not stomping out Cassie, not in.
Yes, stomping out people is part of it. Cassie and other people included. What do you mean not? The enterprise is essentially. Oh. My friend just asked if I'm still streaming. You can text, though. I hope they're okay. Anyway, back to this drag. No, sorry. Umar is trying to get you to say, okay, we know that what he did with Cassie and all of that was bad, but that's not what's implicated here. It is called the predicate crime. Let's go back down because it feels like they're like, oh, it's racketeering. So before we go there, let's look at this racketeering charge at Diddy. Mind you, the indictment is very vague. And even in the vague boilerplate type indictment, we can see this is trouble. But the prosecutor can adjust. They've opened the room for them to adjust with ongoing information. And they already, from my perspective, from all my reading, from all the interviews that I've been watching, from the way that they're engaging, anyone with any legal background knows this is not looking good. And they have a ton of evidence ready. And we've only seen the beginning of what is to come. Every legal expert that I know that I talk to, myself included, they're like, ooh, it's going to be real bad. From about 2008 to date of filing of the indictment, Diddy engaged in and activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, wait. let me just let me pull this up. Multiple acts involving kidnapping, multiple acts involve arson, multiple acts involving bribery, multiple acts relating to tampering with witness, victims, or an informant, multiple acts relating to forced labor, multiple acts relating to sex trafficking, multiple acts relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purpose of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities, multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or the distribution of narcotics and controlled substances. Girl, what do you mean? Abuse is in there, abuse is up here, abuse is everywhere, selling drugs, using drugs. Girl, these men just need to shut up. If you were at Diddy's party, just say that. If you were oiled up, let me stop. Let me stop. Because, like, it's definitely giving guilty. Dr. Umar, sir, is definitely giving guilty. I don't know why, but it's giving guilty. It's the same thing with the Charlemagne sidekick. What's his name? Who is Charlemagne's sidekick? That Charlemagne sidekick person, girl. The scammer, the housing scam girly. Envy, DJ Envy. If you go watch the Breakfast Club breakdown of this case, it is weird to me to watch DJ Envy sit up there and say, why do you think he's going to do this? Why won't he get bail? I don't understand. And the way he's talking had me Googling, and I Googled and saw that some of the ownership chart for iHeartRadio also include Diddy's businesses. And Diddy is somewhat their boss, or was at some point. I haven't looked fully into that because I was like, okay, I see videos of him and Diddy. I see that they do like him. And I'm sitting there like, but wait, Envy's married, so he wouldn't be at the freak off. And little do I know, 2 Googles later, I'm back at he cheated on his wife before. And I'm like, oh, okay, so I have a prediction. I do. When it comes to DJ Envy and his body language, and I'm no body language expert, so take everything don't even take what I'm saying with no grain of salt. Don't take it at all. I have a prediction when it comes to DJ Envy and them tapes and all that baby oil. I have predictions. Ain't nobody gonna convince me otherwise. But since I don't know, let's continue. Because I don't actually know. But okay, he sound real. He was like, you really think they're gonna they're watching those? What do you think they have these tapes for? If the feds have the tape, they're watching them. You might get a subpoena. You might get it. You and your wife. Not an ashy leg was inside. There was 0 ash. You want to know what is diabolical? The fact that they found lube and oil and all of it. There was not a condom inside. There was not a condom inside. How are you hosting all of this stuff, flying people from all over, parties after parties after parties, and like you have supplies? And maybe because a lot of the information is sealed, so we don't fully know what is there unless there being leaks. So like maybe they found condoms, but like I feel like condoms should have been the first thing that was found. like none of this is funny. But like, what do you mean? Anywho. The only time a black man understands the law is when they're watching mob movies or camping for rappers. They understand they're acting stupid. Like, I just don't understand why he's sitting up there like, remember, he's not being charged for abuse. Literally, abuse is one of the predicate crimes. Okay, so the racketeering system if you're going to understand this criminal enterprise, right, what you need to know as a general matter is that Diddy is using his companies, right, and his associate, and he creates this business that may operate in other ways, but fundamentally helps him in advancing his criminal behaviors and activities. That is the allegation, that he pays people, pay off people, use people, abuse people, and the company cleans up all of it and facilitates his ability to engage in the way that he does. And he does it for a long period of time over a large area, all over the US and internationally. Did he even read the indictment? He's a PhD, right? Girl. Girl. Yet Umar would consider himself an upright man, right? He considered himself an upright man while defending degeneracy. A lot of pro-Diddy celebs or CEOs stepping down are probably on them team. Those people are weird and willfully ignorant, and willful ignorance as well. Yeah. Oh, we getting to him. No worry. Dipping it and doing it takes on a whole new meaning, really. Hey, girl, the way Carisha should get ready for this subpoena, the way Carisha should.
Engaging in sex with underage women. It is interstate sexual trafficking. That is the charge.
That is not the charge. That is a predicate crime that helps to prove a larger criminal enterprise for RICO, for racketeering. Let's just do racketeering. So you don't know what you're talking about either. Intimidating witness, bribing people, blackmailing people, false imprisonment of people, abusing people, all of that, and how the company function to facilitate him doing that and then cover up after he does that is part of the problem. It is not just, oh, he's a freaky deaky person or whatever y'all say. I would not be surprised if Umar is on these tapes. Because why? Why would you intentionally misrepresent what he's being charged with when the indictment very clearly tells you what he's being charged with?
Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up, peace God, because when I listen to the news, they're not talking about the evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. When I listen to the news, they're not talking about the evidence of Sean Puffy Combs. When I listen to the news, I have yet to hear anybody give me.
Then don't listen to the news. Go read the indictment. Go read the indictment. Go read the indictment. All of the stuff that you pointed to, except the underage thing, which might actually come up later, is in the indictment.
Me, a specific prostitution is the oldest piece of interstate sex trafficking evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it for the low political IQ Negroes. I'm going to say
it is weird to be calling people low IQ while you didn't read the thing that you were talking about. Yes, abuse of women were included. In fact, I think the way that they described abuse of kicking, pulling, dragging was specifically about Cassie. There is part of the indictment that highlights exactly what we saw and also highlight the video we saw that included Cassie. When you say, oh, this is not about Cassie and not about him hitting Cassie, no, it is. That is why Diddy's attorney come out here talking about, oh, it was mutual combat. Girl, if you don't go sit somewhere, we'll get to the attorney in a minute.
say it for the average political IQ Negroes, and I'm going to say it for the high IQ Negroes. I haven't seen or heard a single piece of evidence against Sean Puffy Gomes. I ain't read it in the New York Times.
You have not seen a single, not even one single piece of evidence. You haven't seen one. Because in the indictment, it highlights that there is a video floating around of Diddy dragging a woman back to the hotel room, kicking, hitting, throwing a vase at a woman. You haven't seen not one piece of evidence. Are you sure? You haven't seen not one? Because his dumb self is trying to separate what happened to Kathy from the racketeering charges. You can't. It's part of it. It's actually the easiest part to prove, actually. The guns. Oh, scraping off serial numbers off of a gun. You know that's by itself a crime, right? No? You didn't know that? Didn't know that? You accidentally scratch off the serial numbers? Not one. You couldn't find any evidence? None at all?
Read it in the Philadelphia Inquirer. I ain't heard it on CNN. I ain't seen it on headline news. Where is the evidence that Sean
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I was muted. I'm trying to figure out what Dr. Umar is trying to find because they're literally citing the indictment. You said you couldn't find one piece of evidence. This is CNN. I wish I could just go back and repeat it, but I'm not going to repeat it. Y'all got what I was saying, hopefully, by my highlights. This is a video on CNN proving that Diddy does in fact abuse women. Reporting on the case. You said there weren't any evidence proving the case. Wait, what do you mean? They did provide. They did provide it. The indictment accused Combs of years of abuse. There is a video of him abusing Cassie. The abuse allegation has evidence. What are you talking about?
Puffy Combs engaged in interstate sex trafficking? I keep hearing about Cassie when I turn on the news.
Yes, because she was part of that. But it's not just sex trafficking, it's also racketeering. Sex trafficking, for example, is one element which is itself a crime under the umbrella of racketeering. Girl, what do you mean? And then the criminal enterprise. I am so confused as to what you're talking about. So you didn't understand what you read. You didn't understand what you read. Why don't you want to hear about Cassie? When literally what he did to Cassie was a crime. It is a crime that leads to the bigger crime. I keep saying predicate, and I'm pretty sure y'all understand what I'm saying when I say predicate crime. So they're individual crimes that build up to be this one major crime, which is the racketeering charge. I don't know why Dr. Umar is out here talking, honestly. This is really disturbing to me.
Why are we hearing about Cassie when Cassie has nothing to do with the federal indictment?
What? Yeah. I'm pretty sure Cassie is one of the star witness. So you really believe that Cassie has nothing to do? Now I have to go through this. I'm very annoyed. Oh, found it. That's great. What do you mean? The indictment, in the indictment, this abuse was at time verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. What do you mean? The word abuse, right, and abuse of women, and particularly the abuse of women in the hallway with a camera, capturing all of it, is in the indictment. Why are you asking why are we talking about Cassie? Cassie is front and center in this indictment. Umar doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, meathead ball. Oh, meatball head, ball bandit. Oh, meatball bandit. Meatball bandit. Like I'm so confused. So he just didn't read any of this. So most of the people talking didn't read. I'm not doing the work for you.
I don't think any black man should have a piece of interstate sex trafficking evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it for the low political IQ Negroes. I'm going to say it for the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I don't think any black man needs 1,000 bottles of baby oil. But I haven't seen anywhere in federal law where owning 1,000 bottles of baby oil is a federal crime. Brothers and sisters.
So you think they're locking him up? You think they're locking him up for owning a bunch of baby oil? That's what you think is happening? That's what you think is happening? Let me see these comments actually, because Umar not going to make me mad. These comments will. Wait, where are the comments? No. All right. I don't know what's happening with the comments. I'm just going to continue.
Sisters, are you with me so far? Brothers and sisters, are you with me so far? Do you understand, overstand, and understand what the most requested black scholar in the world is saying right now? Do you understand and overstand and understand what the most requested black scholar in the world is saying right now? Do you understand, overstand, and understand what the premier Pan-Africanist on the...
Maya, I really wanted to see. Are you logged in? Yeah. I think I am. This is my, yeah, I'm logged in. Oh, here. My bad. I just needed to scroll. I just needed to scroll. Let's look, because I'm curious. The fact he is defending him is disgusting. Shame on anyone that supports either of these guys. All right, good. People who are confused about what acts might be a federal crime should probably have their electronic devices investigated. Period. Drag him. Nah, but drugging women and recording it is. Next question. He wants to be at the party so bad. Pretty sure it's the grooming. All right. He wants to be relevant so bad. Did he read the case? No. Men purposely missed the point. No owning baby oil, not, however, drugging. All right. All right, period. All right, all right. Black women seem to be fully aware of what's happening. Oh, period. Oh, period. I was actually kind of worried. I was kind of worried. Oh, black women were like, yeah, no. That is so refreshing to see. Thank you, Maya. I'm glad I looked into that, actually. That just like, I don't know why. That was like, all right. Because I kind of was expecting people to be like, yes, they're trying to take a good blow. I was looking for that. So, period. Umar is smarter than this. He believes black people are not. Yeah, agreed. That was refreshing, actually.
The planet is saying to you right now. Baby oil is not a federal crime. Stomping out Cassie, he was not charged with a crime.
Wait, imagine if that were true. Imagine if that were true. Imagine if you could completely remove him hitting Cassie from his racketeering case, right? Which you can't because it's part of it, right? But imagine that. So he's mad that this man is getting charged for sex trafficking on its own, right? And he thinks that you should not even consider the fact that he beats women. Like, I mean, he might have beat women, but they didn't charge him for that. But let's defend him because this crime over here is bad. It's like, okay, so it sounds like you're okay with this man out here being free to abuse women, and we shouldn't consider that he's abusing women in this case that could possibly include him abusing women. Because it's not just quote unquote sex trafficking, it is literally abusing women and other people, men included. Like, this is so weird. He's like, yeah, he abused women, but that's not what we're talking about now. If you could segment this case that way, maybe he would have a point, but you can't. The whole racketeering bit is about all the crimes he's committed under his sort of criminal enterprise, how they facilitated it and also cleaned up after he did it. So he's okay with abuse.
The freak offs are not crimes. So why do we keep hearing about 1,000 bottles of baby?
The freak, they are crimes. When you're flying in prostitute, drugging women and having people do what they want to people who are full drugged, when you are imprisoning people falsely, when you're abusing people, yeah, those are crimes. Those are in fact crimes, Umar. Were you there? Were you at every single one of these freak-offs? Do you have evidence to suggest that this was not a crime? Why are you saying they're not crimes if you weren't there? Were you there? To definitively say these aren't crimes is wild. This ain't right.
Why do we keep hearing about baby oil? Why do we keep hearing about freak offs? Where are the federal charges and why are the charges being sealed?
Oh, I agree with you here. I think they should have an open trial. I'm sure you actually don't want that. I am sure. You know what's so diabolical? Because they were like, if Cassie cured, this would have been a crime. This would have been in criminal court. Why is this in civil court? So because it's not in criminal court, we know it's not real. It's just a money grab. Now it's in criminal court. They mad. It's not about Cassie. This is not about Cassie. No, it is. It definitely is. Girl, I think Sin said this too and her sisters. If this was on TV, it would be literally the highest rank. The ratings would be through the roof. I promise you, Umar, this kind of degeneracy, you probably would like for it to stay under wraps. This is yet another instance where Umar proves that it's not possible for him to be a doctor of psychology, right? Ain't no way. And when you start forcing your employees to engage in this kind of behavior, it's wild. The mindset you can abuse if you're not caught. Yep.
Why did the feds seal the charges against Sean Puffy Combs? I'm going to tell you one reason why the feds sealed the charges against Sean Puffy Combs. One of the
Can someone let me send this? Can someone send this to Diddy to Umar? Yeah. Yeah, can someone send the indictment to Umar? Because Umar seemed to be confused about what the charges are. And I want
the biggest reasons.
I need to help him. Can someone send Umar the charges? Because if he didn't realize the charges were unsealed and available to be read, then why is he out here talking about the only thing is for sex trafficking? So you don't know. Here's the thing. He doesn't know the charges. At this point, at this juncture, he's making the video saying this is the only charge and Cassie shouldn't be talked about because that's not the charge. He has not read the charges. He thinks the charges are like the indictment is not sealed. Like you can go read the indictment, sir. Girl, let this be televised. I might be on live streaming it. Cause like, what do you mean? If this trial, I think it is too sensitive. I think it is way too sensitive. Way too sensitive, but ain't no way. Ain't no way. And I also, my heart goes out to the victims, and I would hate for them to have to relive anything. Obviously, they wouldn't be showing the videos. Like, girl.
They sealed the charges against Sean Puffy Combs is because the evidence is probably weak. The evidence is probably weak. And because
you think you are looking at a criminal case where it says United States, federal charges, racketeer charges are being brought against a billionaire that is very, very public. And you think the feds, let's just call them the feds to be colloquial, you think that they're doing this on quote unquote weak evidence? Do you know their success rate when it comes to prosecution? I mean, all right. Because they definitely, it sounds like Diddy and his team was working with the feds to try to turn himself in, and like a day before he was supposed to turn himself in, they came and just took him. You're out of your depth right now.
Because the evidence is probably weak that he is guilty of interstate sex trafficking, and because the evidence.
You want to know the most diabolical part about this? Diddy might actually be a pawn in a bigger indictment. Imagine that. Like Dr. Umar is so far out of his wheelhouse, whatever his wheelhouse is, that like it feels like he can't even if you know how the feds function, you should already know that Diddy, the first person in this to be like dragged this publicly and treated this way, might actually just be like the weaker ones in the case they're trying to build. Might be, I'm saying, might. If you know anything about how the feds work, right? And if he's the main one, they're not going to just grab him, right, and lock him up and start a trial without solid evidence. Like, I am very curious. This is how bad it is. Let me show y'all something. This is how interested I am. Sorry, where is it? I went because Diddy obviously appealed. Diddy obviously appealed the bail hearing, right? The rejection, they said, no, sir, you're not getting bail. They rejected. I sat here and Inner City Press, they've been like putting out the transcript-ish, not the official transcript of the court, but what was being said. And I promise you I read through all of this. I promise you I sat there and I was reading. Let me show you something else. Wait. In my outline, where is it? Here. Girl, y'all remember when Kalina came out and made that post? Y'all remember this, right? It's interesting because this post actually was so diabolical in terms of being used against Diddy. Like, I couldn't have seen that this would have actually been one of the things that hurt Diddy in the bail hearing. Because calling this woman over 50 times, right, and then her coming out with a statement, it seems as witness tampering, right? And so when the judge brought this up, when the defense attorney is there talking, trying to get Diddy to be out on bail, and the judge brought this up, I was like, look at God. Look at karma. Yeah, we need to go through this. We need to go through the transcript because the judge is not playing with Diddy. The judge is not playing with Diddy. Diddy's attorney might be playing, but the judge isn't. The prosecutor isn't playing. AUSA is not playing with Diddy. And when I'm reading this, I promise you that Diddy is in a world of mess. Complete mess. We'll get to this. Hopefully. If y'all are interested, let me know. This is my outline essentially is for me, kind of, because I was like reading and taking notes and yeah.
This is probably weak that he is guilty.
Oh, it's the fact that Umar didn't even do any research before he spoke on this from Ilfide. It's thin. It looks like this man just literally got up, got his phone and said, let me go live and talk about this. Because even the smallest amount of research would have saved you. The psych field is big on research, so why didn't this doctor of psychology do research on this? Right? Like, not even like in-depth research. You could literally do some Google to figure out what is happening. I'm gonna come back to your comment. His outrage defending degenerate right? Like he's so animated.
Of interstate sex trafficking, they had to seal the charges. They had to hide the charges from you and I.
The fact that he doesn't understand who this benefits is wild. The fact that he thinks this is sealed because the feds don't have enough evidence is wild. The thing is, I don't actually know the evidence, but the way this is played out, it seems so thoughtful and like this was very carefully done on the government's end. And that is not always the case. It's the case for federal crimes and federal prosecution, but that's not always the case for government engagement. So it's wild. And if Diddy did have these videos, you might want to like back all the way up.
They had to hide the charges from you and I. Why do we keep hearing about
Oh, sorry. Random thought that I just remember. I did not know Shine was like from Belize, I think. I thought he was Jamaican. Shine looked like my dad's people. Shine looked exactly like everyone on my uncles on my dad's side. Like I am sitting here and he even talks like them. Let me play this. I was like, wait a minute. You're telling me that this man has not been, I know he's a politician now. I've never looked into it. He sounds like all of my family. He sounds like all my family, not on my mom's side, but on my dad's side. And look like them too. I was so shook. I was so shook. If Diddy innocent, why did he hide his crimes? Why did he pay people to keep silent and hide the video evidence of? Yeah. Let me play this. Sorry, like I wasn't even gonna include him. I don't really care, but like it's not even me. He and I don't look nothing alike. It's fine. He looks like my dad and my dad's family, and he speaks like them. So I've always thought he was Jamaican. Never looked into it. I knew he was running for politics, whatever. I didn't even care. Like, why would he be over here running for politics, blah, 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 opposition party? Didn't care. But listen to this man. Not, again, he doesn't sound like me. He sound like my dad. He looked like my family, my dad's side of the family.
When I was a 18-year-old kid, just wanting to do nothing other than make my mother proud and make Belize proud and do what all of us want to do, be recognized for our talent and take over the world. I was defending him, and he turned around and called witnesses to testify against me, and he contributed. He pretty much sent me to prison.
I am so confused. Someone said Team Mubarak. I am like legit. Like I am legit. Sorry. Anyway, y'all don't care about my personal problems. I literally just went through something. I was like, I thought he was Jamaican. I literally thought he was Jamaican. I was very confused. I was concerned. I was like, what? For a minute, when he was like, I wanted to make Belize proud, I was like, why would you want to make Belize? I mean, I guess we can all make everything proud, but I was like, why didn't you say you want to make Jamaica proud? And I was like, he was the opposition party in Belize. He's from Belize. I was like, how wrong I was. I thought Shine was Jamaican too when he first came up, but I've known for a while that he's from Belize. Oh, well, not only does he sound like Jamaican to me, No. Some people, so there are different accents in Jamaica. This is more the Kingstonian accent, but my dad's family all speak this way. This is not my accent. Anywho, let's get to this mess. I want to start with this lady who is just ugh. When I did his attorney decide to come out and speak. After the first bail hearing, one of the attorney, before we get into the case, I need to get this through.
We made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out.
Sorry, the lady is going to come next. I switched these.
Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again. I think.
You want to know what's sick? As someone who practices, it's sick to sit up there as an attorney and say he's going to be found to be innocent. When someone say not guilty, it does not actually mean you're innocent. It means the prosecutor could not prove their case, or you took a deal. It doesn't actually mean you're innocent. And so, for him to say we're going to prove, it's a matter of semantics, but when he says that Diddy is a fighter, I was just like, sorry, I did put this picture there. I'm like, why would you say that? The whole point is that Diddy fighting everyone, beating up women, men and children, girl. That's the problem. Talking about Diddy is a fighter. He says that what we saw in the video was a 10-year relationship, toxic relationship. And I don't think this man have seen this video. I don't think this man saw, because you can see this video and try to convince the judge that this was, he was cheating, she was cheating, and they just fought. There is no way possible that you're going to convince anyone who watched this video that it was just a quote-unquote toxic relationship where they were both mistreating each other. There is no possible way you're going to convince anyone of that. Just no one's going to believe that. So let's get into this indictment. It feels like a kind of copy paste from Cass's case. Not only that, there is this sense that we don't know what is happening, and it felt intentionally boilerplate writing, like the indictment. It almost feels like the feds. I like using feds because it makes me feel like I'm on the wire. It feels like the feds are hiding their hands. It feels like they are attempting to just slam him immediately with a bunch of information all at once, right? And so when I read something like this, I'm kind of scared. Like, not for him, but like if I were an attorney, I would be like, oh my God, I don't know how to prepare, how to fight this, right? And so I would want to know everything. So first of all, we know they're petty because they put Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love. And you want to know something really diabolical about this? Almost every time they mention him, they put all this there. They put all of they, literally every time they mention him, they put all of that there. They don't care. They have no respect for him, and I love every minute of it. So it talks about for decades, Diddy engaged with his business in carrying out a bunch of abuse and commercial sex work, right? Using his companies to pay for it, using his companies to cover up, using his companies to silence people, using his companies to threaten people, hiring people, controlling people's jobs, preventing people from upward mobility, blackball. Like, he used his media company in an effort to abuse people. That is it. That's essentially what is happening. Abuse both verbally and physically, which also includes sexually, separately. And then they were talking about from 2009, the fact that he was for years assaulting women, hitting women, punching women, dragging women. Who y'all think they were talking about? They were talking about women generally, but they were being very specific. They're talking about drug usage and drug transport. They're talking about financial control of people, controlling their careers, leveraging financial support over them in order to get them to do what he want them to do, coercing women and men into fulfilling his deviant sexual desires, hiding all of this with his company and engaging further in degeneracy. So the creation of a criminal enterprise is talking about how his business all over the world, including Bad Boys Entertainment, all of the corporation, Combs Enterprise, Combs Global, blah, 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 all of his companies, right? In Manhattan, in Los Angeles, globally. It's about him engaging this way through his companies so that he can take advantage of people. And so what we're talking about when we say predicate crimes, ultimately, what we're talking about is that there are a lot of different crimes segmented, and put them all together, we get this racketeering charge, this larger racketeering charge. So we're saying sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, interstate transportation for purpose of prostitution, bribery, obstruction of justice. And that is just to scratch the surface of what he did and how he engaged. Now, I would read this, but I realize y'all have all read the indictment at this point. I just found these parts fascinating, so I clipped them and put them in here. Not only were we talking about the business as this abstract thing that was helping him to facilitate this criminal behavior, this criminal enterprise, we're talking about individuals within the organization that were engaged with and helping him to facilitate the freak-offs, including preparing material. So like you know how you go, you have these like sorry, none of this is funny, but like I'm imagining seeing these people coming into these hotel rooms and putting out plastic and making sure that everything is covered for these people to come in, and then they spray baby oil on everyone They're just walking, and there's just a ton of baby oil just being sprayed all over you, and then y'all go engage in what y'all engaging in. But like the supplies included drugs, and you can't really function properly with drug in your system. And then there are IV fluids being like given to people after days and days and days of engaging in this like whatever ritual, whatever y'all doing. And I just find it really toxic. But more than that, we're talking about Combs' businesses being involved in paying for prostitutes, sending them over state line, them being trapped in Diddy's home, them not being able to leave, them being abused, them being mistreated, them being drugged, them being again discharged or whatever. And so ultimately, it is not just like one action. It is just a compounding effect of just crime after crime after crime after crime. But not only crimes as they happen in like a state or a locale, these are like international crimes. These are the crimes that are across state lines. And so obviously the feds are fully involved. And then you have the evidence of everything that you did on videotape somewhere on a flash drive, a thumb drive, a hard drive, girl. They're somewhere, and the government is going to have them. And your text really can't be deleted because of the metadata, right? So it's interesting people are saying there's no evidence when y'all know Diddy did this. Rephrase. We all believe Diddy did this. Even if he was good at cleaning up after himself, hired people to clean up after him, he's not that good. Ain't no way you gonna convince me that the federal government is unable to go into his metadata and get all the information he attempted to delete from his phone and everyone else's phone. Not reading. Again, we just read this. I'm trying to skip down. And this is the sex trafficking charge. This is count 2 that the what's his name? What's this man's name? Umar is talking about. Just completely ignore count 1. Just completely ignore count 1. And then the transportation to engage in prostitution, right? I am absolutely sure that they have information suggesting that he was paying women to come fly over to do all kinds of things. All right. So this is the lady. After Diddy was locked up, dragged into jail, he wanted to come out on bail. He was like, I am going to give you my heart and my soul and my children's heart and soul. Imagine being the little daughter. Imagine being the child. You did no crime and your dad gave up your passport talking about how you can't. Absolutely not. So let's hear what Diddy's attorney had to say, the lady.
That kind of charges. Harvey Weinstein, they were worried about him messing with his ankle bracelet. You can't play with these big celebrities. Just keep him where he is. Why is that not a fair outcome?
Because what he did here was so extraordinary, Chris, that he shouldn't have been denied bail. And we're going to be back at a bail hearing tomorrow before his assigned judge at 3:30. Hopefully.
Yeah, mind you, what she's saying is extraordinary is him showing up to jail. This woman thinks turning yourself in is extraordinary.
What he did here is on a magnitude of unlike anybody else you could imagine. A week after these public searches were televised, he gave us his passport. His children gave us his passport. He then paid off the mortgage entirely on his Miami home. $18 million, Chris. That is an unbelievable amount of money. He's been trying to sell his plane since the searches happened.
Explain why, other than that he's got a lot of money. Why does it matter that he wanted to pay off the house? What is that instructive of?
It's instructive that he's going to have a bail package ready so that if he was arrested, he would have something ready so that he could get out the next day and show the judge he's taking this very seriously, which he is, which is why 12 days ago, Chris, when we thought there's an indictment that may be coming, he flew to New York the very next day. He got on a plane and he came here. And that's an extraordinary move for a defendant who's been under investigation that he's been aware of for at least 6 months. He came to the very jurisdiction that is investigating him, and he said, I'm here, I want to surrender, let me surrender. And they obviously didn't let him do that, but he's been here for 12 days, not knowing if it would happen the day he got here, or a year from now, he was going to wait. And we told the government, you know, if you want his address, we'll give it to you. He's been here complying with the investigation at every step since the searches took place.
Why do you think it will be different tomorrow?
Well, there's a new standard, basically. The judge will look at it completely different, not differently, but he won't have to rely on what the judge did today.
So this is like a weird technical legal issue, but when you appeal, generally you want, as a defendant, you want a de novo review. De novo in this case is like as is or as new, as if it were new, as the court infers impression. And so instead of giving deference to the person, the court, the individual who reviewed the case before the appellate court does, right, or the appeals here, instead of giving deference to the first reviewer, they're saying we're going to scratch the first review, and this appeal will take it as if it's the first instance of a bail hearing, which is the transcript we're going to go through in a minute. So what happened, what she's explaining here now is we were turned down, we weren't granted bail, and so we're appealing this, and we're going to a new judge, and we're going to ask the judge to grant bail, but the appeal is going to be as if new. It's going to be as if new.
And we will just have a second shot at it. We'll be able to make our case again.
Is that how it always works? Or is this celebrity justice?
This is how it always works. Typically, when someone gets arrested in federal court, they go before the magistrate judge on duty, which is what happened today. And then everybody, whether it's the government who's unhappy with the outcome or the defense, they have the right to appeal to the district court judge. So that's what happened.
How long does he have to stay in there if it gets denied again?
Until trial. Till the end of the trial.
So that could be months or years.
You know, but then we would have the ability to appeal to the Second Circuit. So even tomorrow wouldn't be the end of it.
You think he gets out?
I hope he gets out. He has done everything somebody under investigation can do. I can't think of anything else that he could have done.
I mean, I knew what he could have done. He could have not done the crime in the first place. And I'm glad this woman's analysis was so fundamentally wrong. And the judge was like, yeah, no, ma'am, I do not eat green eggs and ham. You're going to stay in prison. The last time you were out here, you were calling people, you were intimidating people, you were blowing up cars, you were using women. Like, absolutely not. You're going to stay there. Also, you're a flight risk. There's that. There's that. Because Russ will be over there in Bali, girl. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The funny thing is, it's weird because Diddy know he did this. So it's like, you really about to sit up here and fight? All right, girl, period. To be fair, it's probably hard to move all that asset to like run. It's probably not even feasible for him to run.
We knew that he was under investigation for racketeering and sex trafficking, and he stayed put. He committed not to.
You heard that, Umar? You heard the racketeering? You heard it? You heard it. So it's not just sex trafficking. You heard racketeering. Good. Shut your up.
To fly out of the country. He stayed within the country, and they didn't ask that of him. That was a commitment he made.
So, Tenny, my people that I talk to at the Southern District are talking a typical talk. It's not all the time they say this, but they say this is going our way. Not the bail. They say we have them. We got a lot of people who are going to talk and say that this is what Diddy was about, and some people may pass it off as hip hop culture, but it is a series of felonies and RICO. What do they have wrong?
They did say in court today they've talked to 50 witnesses. We said the same thing. We've been doing a parallel investigation at every single step of the way, talking to every single there's the same kind of universe of people here that he's been around. We're talking to people to show.
Yeah, you see, when your attorney starts mumbling like that, it's kind of over. Universe. We have a universe of people that we are universing. Because we're not talking to them. When you start stammering like we are it sounds like a Nicki rap girl. We are bop beep bop beep beep bop bop. Let me go back. Listen to this foolishness. Because you have to project confidence, and if you're not good. Girl, if I looked on TV and I saw my attorney who is representing me mumbling like this, the question is, there's a lot of people who will testify against him. What do you have to say about that? Well, we have our universe, we have our alternative facts, and we're going to present these alternative facts. Go away.
Universe of people here that he's been around. We said the same thing.
But it is a series of felonies and RICO. What do they have wrong?
They did say in court today they've talked to 50 witnesses. We said the same thing. We've been doing a parallel investigation at every single step of the way.
Let me explain how dumb that response is in a minute. They have 50 witnesses. You gonna say, we are doing our parallel investigation. We have been speaking to people. We have a universe of people that he's around. Did you speak to these 50 people? Because if they got 50 witnesses against Diddy, unless you're telling me that you spoke to those 50 witnesses, I don't care what your 50 got to say. Because the truth is, if you open the door to correct evidence, which you might have to do, it's on. It is on. The fact that you're sitting up there talking about you spoke to your universe of people, if those aren't the 50 people, girl, you're going to have to discredit all 50 of them, or you're going to have to discredit them enough that the people listening, the jury, the judge, that they don't agree with them 50 people. So you having 50 people, 40 people, 100 people, even 1,000 people testifying that they went to a party and it wasn't what these other 50 are saying. If there is evidence suggesting that these 50 people were either hard, abused, sex trafficked, any of that, it's over. We don't care who you're talking to, girl. The feds have 50 people and we only know about a couple. Yeah, this is how diabolical. The feds have a bunch of people and we only know about a couple. Oh, it's on. 50 people is wild. Willing to testify against you for what you did.
To every single there's the same kind of universe of people here that he's been around. We're talking to people to show that we have a case. He's fighting, he's innocent, and he's going to be able to show it.
Innocent means he didn't do any of the wrong things. Not guilty means they can't make the case.
Right?
Oh, period. I didn't hear this part. You better come through. School the attorney. School the attorney. I thought, wasn't there an alleged thing with him and his brother? You know what? We move on. We just got to take a win and just move on. Because the Cuomo brothers know that being found innocent does not mean being found not guilty does not mean you're innocent. Oh, he know. I don't think anyone knows that more than him. Not being found guilty does not mean you're innocent. Period. Not Lucifer. Lucifer.
Right?
Innocent.
So you think he did none of these things? He was never present in any of these activities? This
But
wasn't
these
his
act-
lifestyle?
But a lifestyle and being present in activities doesn't mean he committed a crime.
Unless those activities and that lifestyle are criminal.
But those activities and the lifestyle is not criminal. What was notable today, what my partner Mark said in court, is they never once said that these women didn't consent to what happened. Not
They definitely did say they didn't consent. That's the whole. What do you mean they didn't say they didn't consent? They did say they didn't consent. They haven't proven it yet because the court hasn't started. Saying they didn't say they didn't consent is wild. These women aren't being consent to being locked up in a car and not being able to leave. Dawn explained that she was in that Diddy shoved her in the car, locked the car, and falsely imprisoned her. Did Cassie consent to being abused? Let me interview this lady. I want to crack at interviewing her. I want to interview her. They didn't say these women didn't consent. Let's talk. Let's do it. But what she doesn't understand is that the audience, we the people, are actually really sophisticated now. Like, you don't get to come out here and spin the lie. We see right through you. And even the people who want to believe in Diddy, they know he did it, right? And so the framing seems odd. Their theory of the case is that, oh, he's just a man who likes a very particular kind of sexual engagement, right? That is the theory of the case. And he gets consent from everyone. You're going to have to prove that consent, ma'am. Because the burden first is on AUSA, right? That's where the burden is on the feds, the government. That's where the burden is. It then shifts to you, ma'am, to create and poke holes in their case. You also need a theory of the case. You can't just throw things on the wall and see what sticks. And so it does not feel like a lot of work. Sorry, this is separate. And I actually prefer them being incompetent. It is what it is. But it doesn't feel like there's much work going into Diddy's defense. And also there is a defense within the courtroom and then the PR approach to defending him publicly. And so it feels like the defense in the courtroom, girl, I don't see it. I don't see a theory of the case outside of saying everyone consented and this is just his, like, how he gets his rocks off, right? But you now need to specify what that is that he does to get his whatever off. The problem is if it's illegal, regardless of why he does it, it's still illegal, right? So your theory of the case does not do enough to prove any kind of innocence at all, legally. Now, you can ignore that and just continue to try to poke holes and get enough people to agree with you and say he's not guilty. Fine. There is a public relation aspect. And I think a lot of the time people in court tend to say, I will use the verdict to deal with the PR aspect. And that might be a good strategy, but you need to do both at the time that the case is happening. And they know nothing about PR, they care nothing about PR, and their theory of the case is really, 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 really weak. Your theory of the case is that he likes to be weird sexually. That's literally their theory of the case. What? No.
not once.
Can they all have consented, or were they minors and therefore the
There were
consent doesn't apply?
no charges relating to minors. None.
Wrong question. Can charges related to minors be introduced later? That's the question. If no, then we can move on. If yes, you're cooked. And they can adjust the charges, mind you.
None. The difference here between R. Kelly, between Epstein, no charges relating to minors.
So this is all adult consensual activity. People can judge it morally, but legally, you believe he committed no crime.
Maybe it's not what someone here would do in the bedroom, but that doesn't mean that what he did was a crime.
What is his disposition? And
that question I don't care about. You can claim that what he did wasn't a crime, but when there's video evidence of him kicking and dragging Cassie, that one video, by the way, that one video is gonna do so much work. And I'm pretty sure they have more, but that one video is gonna do so much work. And I don't think these prosecutors have done anything to really engage with it meaningfully. So after she did that, she was like, we are going to win. I have faith that we're going to win. They went to see the judge. They went to see the judge. And I'm assuming a lot about this. I'm assuming this is actually correct. But let's all rise. Let's go through. I'm just going to go AUSA. I don't know if I should say prosecutor and defense. I'm going to use prosecutor because I think that's easy. Yeah. So the prosecutor comes in and says, the freak-offs were elaborate. They began in 2009 and extended into this year. So even 2000, they're claiming that they were having them even after Cassie's lawsuit this year. That is wild. These freak-offs were arranged with his entourage. The defendant used narcotics so that the victims would continue. And then they talk about the kind of narcotics, right? The prosecutors continue. The defendant would record these freak-offs, at least in part, to use them to blackmail. So there's the blackmailing. So he record people in their most vulnerable moments, and then what did I say here? Let me see my notes. Sorry. Blackmail from the records, consider witness tampering. Oh, also, yeah. You could use the information here to again get people to do what you want them to do. For this case. The prosecutor continues. A different victim wrote, he said he was going to expose me with the sex tape I was drugged. That's just two examples. And so it's rich when the defendant's submission filed today accused the victim of extortion. He's the only extorter. The prosecutors are fighting. They are dragging Diddy. They are dragging him. Prosecutors. We see 6 guns. They were in the defendant's home, and he had access to them. We are focused on the defaced guns in defendant's closet. This is not about security, but dangerousness. The security team is the same one he says would monitor him. So again, them scratching off the serial numbers off the gun, period. Let the judge know. The head of his security has now been served with a subpoena. By the way, everyone, J-Lo should be getting a subpoena. I don't care. I need J-Lo to get a subpoena. That's it. I'm kidding. I have a problem. Girl, J-Lo needs to be in there explaining herself. Coming close to 8 hours. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Prosecutor continues. The defendant had a freak-off on March 5th, 2016. We have evidence there was one commercial sex worker there in the room during the assault. She isn't even wearing shoes. She is in danger. Defendant storms out in a towel. We have message from the victim. I still have crazy bruising. This is the message. He claims he wanted to get his clothes back, but that's not what happened. She tried to escape a room with the defendant and a commercial sex worker. She fled without shoes. Immediately after the assault, The defendant sent these messages. Call me. The cops are here. I got 6 kids. Yo, please call me. I am surrounded. You gon' abandon me all alone. The defendant knew he had done something that would elicit police response. Actually, this message is very this gonna be the trial of the century. Yeah. And the prosecution is not playing. Like, they're putting all of this out there now in the bail hearing. They're like, you are not getting bail. I'm going to tell the judge exactly who you are, how you abuse women. Not only do you abuse them and they get away, you then manipulate them via text and phone calls, telling them that you have 6 kids and they should please call you because police are here and you need to be like, you're weaponizing their emotions or feelings towards you and them kids, right? And so the prosecution is not letting up. He covered up what he did. This year, after the surveillance video came out, only then did he admit that it was him. Yesterday, it was claimed that his clothes were taken, but that's not what happened. Why drag the victim back down the hall to the room? All right. So Diddy's team was claiming that Cassie was taking his clothes, and that's why Diddy ran out of the room in the towel. It doesn't explain the beating, the fisting, the kicking, the dragging her back to the room. And if this was not Cassie, because they don't name Cassie here, then he did this to someone else. And you dragging them back to the room does not seem to suggest you were only caring about your clothing. Prosecutor continue. The indisputable evidence makes clear you cannot take the defendant at his word. March 5th, 2016 is far from the defendant's lone act of violence and obstruction. Freak-off activity is the core of this case. They use force, coercion, and drugs. Lawyer up, lawyers going to have a field day. They are. And Umar not going to like the fact that he's like, why are they talking about abuse of women and blah, blah, blah. Go and read what is happening in the bail hearing, sir. Prosecutor continues, our investigation is ongoing. Half a dozen escort is just the tip of the iceberg of the number of escorts who have participated in these freak-offs. This case is charged a sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. The acts were not consensual. Period. Let me see what I wrote there. Yeah. Oh, I realized immediately here when I was reading that there was a witness list, and I am very curious. I really want to see the witness list. Because for some reason, I believe a lot of influencers on Instagram, particularly, fitness influencers in particular, have participated. That is my theory. And I want to see if it's true. Anyway, I'll explain why I have that theory some other time. The defense is arguing that anyone in a freak-off wanted to be there. That's not the law. When people are threatened with exposure and are beaten, they cannot consent. That is trafficking. Victims' heads were slammed against car windows. This they have to prove. That's not just a statement they're making. That's something they have to prove. Not fitness influencers. Look. Thank you. Because ain't no way. Ain't no way. Here are some texts. When you get effed up, you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. We have witnesses who witnessed the injuries. This conduct happened behind closed doors, in houses, hotel rooms, and cars. Here's the thing. if they have a text from years ago of girls texting Diddy saying, when you get messed up, you drag me around and hit me and all of that, I want to see Diddy's response. But this was not in preparation for a lawsuit, right? So it's not looking great. Judge found that she did not believe defense counsel can control the defendant. The prosecutor is saying he does not believe the defense counsel can control the defendant. Consider the Mercedes case in this circuit reversing a decision to release of defendant. Let's turn to obstruction. Witness have expressed extreme fear. Yes, the witness, they are afraid of him, so keep him locked up. They have directly contacts a victim. Okay, girl, grammar. In November 2023, constant contact with witnesses to the charged conduct after subpoena before government interviews. Two of these examples are: there are communication between the defendant and witness, 13 contacts with two people. That's the judge asking. 14 contacts, the prosecutor corrected, between the defendant with the witness. Also, he outreached to a witness he had not been in contact with for several years after the grand jury subpoena. He used intermediaries. So again, part of his business, just getting people to do his dirty work. The prosecutor continues, he recorded the conversation on another person's device. In November 2023, he twice called a victim. On November 19, he received a text from this other person. In response, it reads, I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. 3 pages, my experience. So yeah, he just no. This is important now. The defendant called her and gaslit her, trying to convince her it has been consensual. He repeatedly said he was not supposed to be speaking on the phone. He tells the witness not to text him. The defendant said, if support, nothing to worry about, money. Okay, so apparently Diddy was on the phone bribing women. That apparently Diddy was bribing people, right? But this is important. So the judge says, I'll go over the case. The judge asks, that's not necessary. I'm familiar with those cases. Then the judge says, a recent civil suit last week by Dawn Richard filed a civil suit, whatever. She was in a band also with Miss Harper. Miss Harper issued a statement after 128 phone contacts. This is important right here. So Diddy and his team decided that they would call the band member Kalina, right? After Dawn filed a civil suit against Diddy, they contacted the band member that Dawn mentioned, and they contacted this woman numerous times, right? In all hours of the night, they were there contacting that woman. And after all of that contact, she released the following statement. And my opinions have a bit shifted on this statement. I don't want to read it. Essentially, what she says is, Dawn mentioned me a bunch of times, 33 times in her complaint. I don't know what she went through, but I didn't go through none of that. My husband was always there. My experience does not align with hers. That is her truth. That's what she said. Tony and I have always conducted ourselves with the highest level of professionalism and integrity. I'm assuming this means that Dawn didn't do the same thing. I don't know. But essentially, she's saying that wasn't her experience, right? Ain't nobody have time to read all of that right now. I read it twice over to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. Initially, I said it is okay that she, even if she's a victim, doesn't want to tell her story yet, right? What is not okay, though, is you coming out and saying that Dawn's experience wasn't real. Now, while you didn't say it wasn't real, this was the implication behind your statement. If it didn't happen to you, you could have sat there and ate your food. But Dawn mentioned you a bunch of times talking about things that you were witness to, that you both were treated poorly, that you saw him do inappropriate things, and you were saying, that was not your experience. Girl, there is a very hot place in if you knew, and if you do know about the evils Diddy did and engaged in, if you are aware of who this man is, and you are lying right now to protect him because he paid you off, please note that is sick and disgusting. And I hope you understand that you owe everyone in this your voice to tell the truth. That's how I'm going to leave it, because everything else I'm going to say is going to be a drag. And I don't know why she did this. I don't know if she was threatened. I don't know what Diddy has over her. I don't know her own trauma. I know nothing about why she's doing what she's doing. What I do know is my feelings towards it, and it's really disturbing. So I'm just going to move on. I thought I would be able to drag. I can't. All right. So they said a few things, blah, blah, blah. I want to get to Diddy's attorney talking, girl. Let me get to Combs' lawyer. Here we go. So the prosecutor said, we shouldn't let him go. He should be detained. Detained it is. He's a weak A, nothing A, B word. And so we're not going to release him. All right. So the defense attorney, Diddy's attorney, came up and decided to talk. Let me start with Miss Harper. This is Diddy's attorney. I was called by her and a lawyer. I said, do what you want, make a statement or not. I later found out that she did. Sir, there was 128 calls. What do you mean she called you and you told her to do what she wanted? That's not what happened. No one believed that's what happened. So you gonna say she called you once, right? And asked what should she do, and you said do what you want. So them 128 calls weren't real. So if we go through these phone records, we should not see Diddy and you and Diddy's team calling this woman 128 times. That's not that didn't happen. Combs' lawyer continue. Miss Harper felt she was being besmirched. We did speak with her at 2 a.m. on the 11th. You call Kalina at 2 a.m. on the 11th, and you expect us to believe, you expect the court to believe that she called you and you just told her, do what you want. That's what you said. That was the conversation at 2 a.m. I believe you both. The lawyer is incompetent. I believe no one is going to believe that. That cannot be your argument. Make a better argument. That can't be your argument. The judge says, after speaking, what would be the reason for Mr. Combs to continue to contact her? Yes, the judge asked, after speaking, so after you spoke to her, at 2 a.m. and you said, oh, go do what you want. After you and her speak, what would be the reason for Diddy to call her continuously, to keep calling her? She was concerned. She was in the media. Really? That's your answer? Is that your final answer? Is that your final answer? Now, this man, the after all of what the prosecutor said, Diddy's attorney is like, I have brought today the head of this intelligence, whatever, the security team. We are proposing that the security team, they're all former law enforcement officers. They're essentially saying, we hired a security team that would be watching Diddy 24/7. He will not be going anywhere. Please let him go. I don't know why they thought that anyone cared. Then Diddy's attorney continued and said, there will be a visitor's log of everyone coming in. He won't be around women, blah, blah, blah. Having the security team there will make sure that he's safe and everyone is safe, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cared nothing about that. And then he goes, Mr. Combe knew he was under investigation and he gave us his passport. This is not defense lawyer theater. Oh, it is. We took the passports of 5 of his family members. We have a letter of intent. I think they meant intent to sell his airplane. We had 3 buyers who didn't work out. The judge said, so after he said that, here's what the judge said, can you get to the point? Sorry. I don't know what's wrong with my throat, actually. I've been yelling this entire time because something is wrong with my throat. Diddy's attorney is literally sitting up here saying, Diddy gave us his passport. He is trying to sell his home. He gave us the passport of his children, blah, blah, blah. The judge goes, can you get to your point? That is so bad. That is so mean. The judge is like, okay, girl, shut up. Tell me what you need to tell me so I can hurry up and tell you this man not going nowhere. He gonna stay in jail because I ain't doing none of that. So the judge says, can you get to your point? Diddy's attorney is like, it shows he's trustworthy. Anyway, the judge says, can you get to your point? Diddy's attorney, it shows he is trustworthy. He is not a defendant who says, come find me in Maxwell and Epstein. The fact that you bring up Epstein, the fact that the defense attorney is the one who brings up Epstein is wild. I don't know why you want to make that correlation, girl. I don't know why you would have done that, because all we hear is Diddy and Epstein. That's all we heard. Our brain is now making the mental connection between Diddy and Epstein. Probably should have left that one in the draft. Yeah, probably should have left that one in the draft. So Diddy's attorney again says, it shows he's trustworthy. He's not a defendant who says, come find me in Maxwell and Epstein. Judge said, how does that relate to the... Yeah, the judge says, how does that relate to danger and obstruction? If he was aware in April, why was he contacting witnesses? Yeah, when I said the judge don't give two messes. The judge don't care nothing about what this lawyer got to say. The judge says, okay, well, yeah, he's trustworthy and all of that. How does that relate to the danger and obstruction? If he was aware in April about this, why was he contacting witnesses? So the defense attorney says, a woman contacted him and she got a subpoena. We told him, don't speak to her. Judge, talk to me about danger. Talk to me about danger. The defense attorney says, people who are a danger are people who are contemptuous of the court. But Mr. Combe has never been contemptuous of the Sorry. The reason why I'm laughing. If you are in the courtroom, you should know immediately when the judge is not about to listen to you. Like I wasn't there, obviously. I don't know how accurate the writing represent the judge, but the vision of the judge, the vision, the in my third eye, I see the judge being very annoyed with these attorneys who know their client is lying, and they're up there lying, and they're trying to pretend like they have some kind of case to convince the judge to do something they know the judge is not about to do. And everyone is there looking a mess, and the judge know that they're just pretending for their client's sake. Like they're literally just there performing to make their client feel like they're doing something, but no reasonable person is about to listen to anything none of these people got to I think not. I think nothing is going to be that the judge is biased and they're going are going to try and get another judge for the case. Well, that's not how you remove a judge. You're not about to say, "Oh, well, the judge is biased. Like, please remove." Like, the judge is not about to recuse themselves, and you're not about to just change the judge without reason. So, sucks to suck. He had a case, hear this, he had a case in New York in 1999. He came to court every time. He shows up on time. Judge, under your plan, would he have employees? They handle his finance here in California. Would he be able to leave his residence? No. So they were trying to get him like oh my God, why is my brain like stopping? Because so house arrest. They're like, okay, we'll do house arrest. Of course, he gonna show up to those court in 1999 when he had someone taking the fall for him. The judge says, and the security, they could be there in the house. Yes, in shift. We would put cameras filming 24 hours a day. Well, he's no stranger. Diddy is no stranger to cameras all over his home, filming everything. They could do spot checks. He doesn't use the internet. We can make it as secure as we need it to make it. There are already cameras there. See, there are. It's diabolical for the defense attorney to be looking at the judge, telling the judge that they will put in cameras in Diddy's house, but then remembering midway that he already have cameras. We know he have cameras. We know Diddy got cameras. Sorry, it was autocorrect. No, you're fine. I noticed that too. Whenever I'm sending super chats, like nothing works. He realized he has a problem with drug addiction and anger. Oh, not the anger and drug addiction. The defense attorney said that Diddy is a crackhead and he has anger issues. Not your own attorney, girl. He went into a rehab program for a period of time. I want to see the evidence of this, mind you. The women in the video also went into rehab at around the same time. How are judges allocated to cases? It depends on the jurisdiction that you're in and the selection process. It actually kind of varies a lot. So Diddy's well, we knew this. Him and his powder puff girls. They love each other. They're talking about Cassie. They love each other. The written messages are heartbreaking. The sex and the violence were totally separate, motivated by separate things. The way they chose to be intimate, they would bring a third person on. They chose that. The defense attorney is attempting to tell us that Diddy and Cassie were knowing participants and consenting people who engage in sex, and that he should think of sex outside of the beating that he saw on camera, because that wasn't related to sex at all. That was something different. That Diddy and Cassie were consenting, that Diddy and Cassie wanted these freak offs, saying that they have one other person is wild and underplays what is actually said, right? The judge says, "Mm-mm. What does that have to do with it?" Wait, yeah, wait, I wasn't ready. I forgot. I completely forgot this. Mm-mm. So the defense attorney is talking about how they chose this and they did this and it was consensual. The judge says, what does that have to do with him punching her, throwing a vase at her? What's love got to do with that? Wait, y'all. Oh, period. Judge come through. Period. The judge is not falling for the nonsense. The judge is not falling. Judge, what does that have to do with him punching her, throwing a vase at her? What love got to do with that? The defense attorney, that was jealousy from infidelity in both direction. Mr. Combs and this other person, this violence is from that. Judge, what is your point? The judge says, what is your point? Girl, what do you mean? We saw this man beating this woman and you're telling, oh, it's from jealousy. Who cares? Does anyone seem to care where it's from? We saw this man dragging, beating, kicking, punching this woman. What do you mean? The judge, what is your point? And you say they invited a third person. If that person is a commercial sex worker and they travel across state line, isn't that a problem? Oh my God, the judge eating. The judge is eating. The judge is eating the attorney up. Oh my God, why is my throat doing this? What is your point? Says the judge. Then the judge continues. And you say they invited a third person in. If that third person is a commercial sex worker and they travel across state lines, isn't that a problem? The defense attorney. Here's the defense attorney. I have spoken with the agency. They say they are not paid for sex, but if they feel like it. So these agencies are just supplying people and deciding, well, I mean, you're paying us to supply them, but you're not paying for sex. You're just paying for them to go there. And if they want, girl, you get out of our face, says. The defense, the former government of New York, he did this and he was not prosecuted. They are prosecuting Mr. Combs for it. Terrible defense. Terrible defense. You can say, oh, there are some other people who got away with a crime. You didn't prosecute them, but you're doing it for Combs. Okay. And the judge says, let's get back to that video and the physical beating. Why isn't that relevant to dangerousness? The defense attorney says it's not sex trafficking, but it's dangerous. Is it not? What are you debating? The defense attorney says, even if you don't trust him, trust the bond package. $50 million bond, no internet, the security that will give the court comfort that he is not a flight risk, then he can prepare for his trial. We had known this was coming. He would have run in March. No. So you don't have they don't have anything to back up the fact that he is not gonna run, that he's not a danger. They just didn't have answers. I am reading this, and I remember doing a moot in law school, and I remember seeing attorneys standing in front of panels of 3 judges, and when they were getting a hot bench and being peppered with questions, I knew the moment the attorney cracked, and this is the moment where Diddy's attorney cracked. He didn't have an answer. Diddy is dangerous. That is the conclusion of the court. And Diddy's attorney cannot disprove that. Diddy's attorney cannot push back against the fact that the judge sees him as dangerous. Look at what this attorney about to do now. Look at this dumb foolishness that he does. He was an actual altar boy. Diddy's attorney pulling out, he was an altar boy. The judge cut him off. The judge, how far back are you going? Diddy's attorney goes, Diddy was an altar boy. The judge asked, how far back are you going? Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something about how dumb the attorney is. Let me tell you, not dumb. I think they have a hard case, actually. I think they have a hard case. But you can tell the judge that he is freaky, that he likes these things, and then to show his character as a good person, you point out that he was an altar boy. Those things are very much inconsistent. To be using the fact that he's an altar boy to get to his morals and him and who he is as a person, while also saying that he enjoys free cars, is wildly inconsistent as a character evidence point. As a point for character evidence, it is inconsistent to talk about his sexual degeneracy and then to say that, oh, he was an altar boy, so you can trust his morals. That don't make no sense. So the judge is definitely correct when he says, how far back are you going? He goes, the defense attorney comes back and says, he watches a sermon every day. Girl, you are not going to sell that Diddy is this God-loving Christian man. You are not going to sell that Diddy is this God-fearing, God-loving, Christian-going, Bible-thumping, Jesus-upholding, Ten Commandment living Christian man. You're not. This man have 8 kids by umpteen women, none of them for which he's married to, plus the charges brought against him. You're not denying that he's sexually devious. So the fact that you're thinking you're going to tell this judge that this is a good Christian man is absolutely wild. He watches a sermon every day. He has done a great deal to earn the court's trust. I ask you release him. The judge says, I've heard from the parties. I find that the government have proven the defendant is a danger. Regarding the bail package, it is insufficient even on risk of flight. Sean Combs will remain detained. Girl, I was stressed. I was stressed. Was trying to get house arrest like NBA YoungBoy. Did he need to stay right where he is at? A lot of people are about to go down. Yeah, and I think he is a danger. I think he is a flight risk. I don't trust anyone who is around him. I think that if he's out, he's going to call people. He's going to engage in degeneracy. I think the court and the government more broadly have more control over what he does when he's in jail. preparing for his trial. So I think this was a good call. I think that the defense attorney could have at least tried harder to get him house arrest as he awaits trial. I think that the defense attorney did poorly on that. And the fact, let me tell you this, I'm repeating myself, but I have to. The fact that you thought telling this man, the judge, sorry, I don't actually know if this is a man, I don't know why I just said that, telling the judge that Diddy is a good Christian boy while also saying he's sexually deviant, he's a sexual deviant, is absolutely wild. And the fact that your brain could not separate the thing, saying, oh, he was an altar boy. Girl, what about? Now you know he listens to Jakes every day. Yeah, TD Jakes. I felt like it was a woman, but I don't know. Actually, don't know, and I have not tried because obviously I could just go Google the judge's name. we could just. I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I did not want to. I just like to have it in my mind that someone was dragging Diddy, and I want to imagine randomly who it is at any given point. All right. So after all of that, there are people still defending Diddy. I'm not going to play Phaedra Parks because we've been on too long. Let me just say the one thing about Phaedra Parks is I think she's an attorney still, right? Her bar is up to date, whatever. All right. She is definitely defending, but she's using her profession to defend by saying he's innocent until proven guilty, right? But it's more like not guilty until guilty. But it is what it is. Not too much harm there. I don't care. She leaned into her profession as a lawyer to make that statement. Completely fine. But let's go to Phase on Love. Let's go here. This is the degeneracy that I wanted to bring up.
We all heard about Puffy, and I see a lot of people, yay, yay, yay. I'm confused. The Cassie thing, I understand. I think you should definitely lock this up.
If you understand the Cassie thing, then you kind of understand the case. Why are people trying to separate the Cassie thing from the case? Y'all remember when the Cassie thing came out, how no one believed the Cassie thing? How these men came on here and talk about, oh, this is not a civil case. If it was criminal, why wasn't it criminal? Now it's criminal. They're like, oh, we understand the Cassie thing. Now, they just keep moving the goalposts. But what I'm not about to do is sit up here and argue with someone who is out of breath on the third word. I'm not about to argue with someone who literally out of breath on the third word. Someone who's absolutely dehydrated and will not go see a nutritionist so that he can get the correct nutrients. We can see in your face that you are not doing what you need to do. How is your teeth and your eyes the same shade of yellow? Why is your teeth and your eyes the same shade of yellow? With all of them baby oil that Diddy had, you couldn't get some. You literally couldn't get some to put on your face before you jumped online. Not the I'll vote for anyone who gets rid of child support, dragon breathing dust. like I'm trying to figure out why you thought we needed to hear that you don't have two brain cells to rub together to understand why your boy is being dragged into court. So you don't get it?
Put hands on the young lady. But I don't understand the other shit.
I can tell by your face that you do, in fact, require some more level of understanding. I know that you on your own can't understand anything in the indictment. You don't have to come out here and tell us you don't understand. Sit with your ignorance in your home by yourself. Keep not knowing, and then keep not knowing some more. The fact that you thought it is important for you to come tell the world that you are uneducated, useless, weak person who don't know how to read and comprehend that which you read is wild to me. Why would you come out? By the way, this is not a drag. This is what he is saying. He just said that he doesn't understand. The only reason you don't understand is either because you don't read, you can't read, or you don't know how to comprehend that which you've read. So the fact that you sit up here talking about, oh my God, I don't understand why Diddy is in jail, go read the indictment and then come back. After you've read it, explain to us what you've read, what the prosecutor is saying, why the prosecutor is saying it, and then make your objections. I am not about to sit here and talk to you unless you can tell us why the US government, the federal government, is going after Diddy. You need to be able to tell us why they're going after him, and then you can tell us why you think they're wrong for going after him. And then I'm going to ask you what is the standard of proof that they need to meet and why it is that you think they haven't met that standard of proof and for them to bring a case separately from the guilty verdict. That is completely separate. If you can answer that, then we can have a conversation about your lack of comprehension skills. Until you answer those questions, we don't get to talk. We are stuck at the teeth and the coloring of said teeth, and the fact that you seem incapable of speaking without running out of breath. Like, if it's taking you this much energy to speak, you might want to save the couple of breaths you have left for, I don't know, something important. The fact that Diddy have all that baby oil and you couldn't get some is wild to me. Like, if you're guilty, just go ahead and say that. No, it's not just quote unquote fat. There are people who have larger bodies that take care of themselves and whatever. It's not that. It is he's out of breath. Like literally from talking. So I don't know. I've seen that in anorexic skinny people, and I've seen that in larger people and people with average body type. I've seen them run out of breath immediately. It means something is wrong. It might have to do with weight, it might not. I'm not talking about your weight, and if you think I'm talking about your weight, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not about to sit here and apologize for something that I didn't say. I'm talking about the fact that the mucus ambassador here, the Mucin ex-ambassador, let's see if it's still up here, refuses to take stock of his own life. He too caught up in defending Diddy, telling us that he don't understand, so you don't have to tell us you don't understand. We listen to you talk, we see your face, and I'm pretty sure we all understand. Yeah, he probably don't understand.
Can y'all help me? When has being nasty been a federal crime?
When you transport people over state line, falsely imprison them, abuse them, record them doing sexual acts under the influence, and then use that to blackmail them, that's when being nasty becomes a federal crime. Any further question? Any further questions? We good? We good?
And I'm glad they told me. I didn't know there was a limit on baby oil. I'm getting a few, because we get ashy, but you get a massage or something or whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
You see how disgusting these people are? No one thinks this is about baby oil. But you do need some baby oil. Just coming up here pretending to be ignorant.
And he had a white woman, Mae West. They couldn't stop this black man. So they gave him trafficking. In the 1800s.
Who gave him trafficking? I didn't realize trafficking is something you could give someone. He engaged in sex trafficking. He did, yes. That's the complaint. Deviant talks around the issue. Yeah, and that's how you know when people are lying. When someone, instead of like stating the facts and the issues and then debunking it, they create this straw man. Like, obviously no one is getting sent to jail for having baby oil. Just dumb.
Taking a white woman across the lines was if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have stopped. Box. I thought I told you that we won't.
You know what's diabolical? Like, why is there... No, I'm done.
Make it make sense. We need to know the new rules.
What new rules? What new rules do you think you need to know? You think this is new? Girl, the way, if I were the prosecution, the way I would be on the Shade Room and all these Instagrams and all of it, and I would just start sending out subpoenas immediately. As soon as one of these people come out and defended him, you got a subpoena immediately.
You can't take anybody on vacation. You can't take anybody to Vegas. Damn sure don't bring them to Atlanta. And he had a white woman, Mae West. They couldn't stop this black man. So they gave him trafficking. In the 1800s. Taking a white woman across the lines was if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have stopped. Box. I thought I told you that we won't.
I will not indulge this man in any further commentary that I have because I refuse to engage any further and rot any more of my brain cells. I'm pretty sure a lot of these men are probably on tape, and that's unfortunate for them. That is unfortunate for them. So, Little Boosie, the guy who gets, what do you call them people? Prostitutes to come in and molest his children, had things to say, apparently. So this is what Boosie had to say. Now, I'm going to try to read this. I'm going to try to read this, but let me just start by saying he's another one who needs to get hooked on phonics. And again, I keep forgetting that rap isn't this like highly sophisticated art that I've always seen it to be. Because I think about Lupe Fiasco when I think about rap, right? And so it's very difficult for me to accept that these people literally can't even write. Can't even string sentence together. And that's so sad. That is so fundamentally sad about an art form that I thought could have been something. So ignore me. I'm going to try to read this. I feel Diddy and jail for basically doing what every other famous entertainer has done. Flew these girls out for threesomes. He's just freakier. He actually go call women prostitutes who fly. Wait. He just freakier. We actually gonna call women prostitutes who fly and willingly. Wait, women prostitutes who fly and willingly to be with the part. The literacy rate is so low that like maybe these people don't actually know, like don't know what is in the indictment for real. Like maybe like maybe they don't actually, because what is this? Women prostitutes who fly and willingly to be with their partners for. If that's the case, if you've been flued out and had sex, you should be labeled a prostitute. If that's apostrophe S, I'm not going to try to correct this. Absolutely will not. If that's the case, that's 80% of the women reading this. And trafficking, hell no. You're a celebrity, you gotta fly, whatever. And how else you get that? You never end one place. When I saw that video, I was pissed off at N-word, like he really got a problem, but facing life in prison for doing basically what so many other entertainer has done. I disagree. Yeah, this is another degenerate that they should subpoena and start a case on. I hope they are looking and will, in fact, open a case around him. That's what I hope. Because telling him to get hooked on phonics, as I've written, doesn't do this justice. It really doesn't. Yeah, I think the thing is, like, I'm diddied out, but like in the very specific way of like the commentary around it, which feels like even people I agree with, sometimes it feels like to do the actual reading of the case, to do the actual work around the law and all of that, it feels like people would much rather, and maybe this is my own training, so it's my terrible take. It feels like people don't understand what is going on legally, and they just want to give their commentary on Diddy, which is fine, and I can appreciate. But then on the opposite side, when it happens, like I'm very irritated by it when like people like, I don't understand why he's going to prison for just sleeping with people. And it's like, that's not what he did. But can I really be mad at those people, which I am, and I'm going to continue to be, for not knowing what's in the case when the people whose commentary I agree with about Diddy also didn't read the case? It's like, so we just not going to read none of this. We just going to just not read any of this. We're just going to talk. All right, got it. So I don't care nothing about Boosie. I don't care nothing about what none of these men have to say online about it. I am curious about the women, and so far I've been all up in the shade room looking at the comments under all the Diddy posts, and there is a consensus around Black women. There is an overwhelming majority of Black women, a super majority, in all these comments that are anti-Diddy, and they are pro-justice, and I love to see it. The men, I don't know if it's 50-50, but from my viewing, it doesn't. It always seems like there's some kind of defense. Like, I mean, but does he have to not get bail? Why can't he get bail? Yeah, that. So I don't want to engage with them. I am glad Diddy did not get bail. I think he's a danger. I think he's a flight risk. I think that he has caused too much pain and trauma, both on an individual sexual level with women and men, but also on a business level. When you think about all the artists that he's just really sucked them dry of everything that they had to give, and then not wanting to give them their masters, or not wanting to pay them for what they work, We're talking about like Little Rod and all of them people too. This was a long time coming. This is a long time coming, and it's finally here. So I want to see what this case has to offer, and I want to see what will come of it, and I will be tracking pretty much every bit of it. There are times I'll take breaks from Diddy, but please note I'm going to be watching absolutely every part of it that I can follow. I will be following. There's one more video that I want to watch, but I might not. If I do, I'm just going to skip to one very specific part. Diddy and the music industry as a whole work too hard to literally choke the talent or destroy any space for real artistry out of the music business. Thank you. I agree with you so fundamentally about this. He gonna pay for his crimes. Kamala did one of the worst interviews I've seen in a while. It was so bad. I hated everything about it. But I have to own that I think she was sick. The way that she was speaking, it sounded like she was like sick. Oh, by the way, the Diddy thing, there were these conversations happening about potential tapes with young boys or whatever. And one of the suggestion implies that, well, we know about Usher and what's his name? The Canadian guy. Oh my God. He looked like one of those, never mind. But he's a guy. He was really big. Justin Bieber. Yes, Justin Bieber. And I'm very curious as to sort of what's going to come of this case. No. It was the National Association of Black Journalists. They asked, what's her plan for Black men? Wait, actually, let me see if I can find this. Sorry, I'm gonna skip through this a lot. Let's do this in the after show. Thank you all for being here. Let's jump into the after show because I want y'all to see her response to her plan for Black men. All right, I'm going to skip around a little bit, so bear with me because I timestamped this, but I can't find it.
Madam Vice President, thank you so much for doing this and making the time.
Of course.
A little bit busy right
Employment rate includes what I imagine and believe and call an opportunity economy.
I know you all don't like when I talk about Kamala. I get it. She sounds sick. So I'm just going to go with Madame Vice President. I'm going to go with VP Harris. She sounds sick. But this is very low energy. Like it's not yeah. I thought this was such a bad interview. And I keep reminding myself that she sounds sick. So I probably shouldn't even review. No, I'm going to do it.
What we can do to grow an opportunity economy where all people have access to the resources to compete, to apply their...
Now, I refuse to be gaslit. Everyone can have off days. To be fair, her off days are better than Trump's good days. So that much I have to keep repeating anytime. Anytime I critique Kamala, please remind me to compare her to Trump. Every time I critique Kamala, Vice President Harris, please remind me to compare her to Trump, just to remind people that she is so much better in like pretty much every way, like every possible way. But what you're not going to do is gaslight me. You're not gonna gaslight me and say everyone can have an off day. It, it's been an off life. When it comes to charisma, again, I think the problem with Kamala might be a problem with women in politics, and it's not their fault. With some very specific exception, I think because of the system of patriarchy, it feels like women have to be a very specific way to elevate. And when they have the national mic, it's very difficult to then revert to like this warm, this is who I am. You have to kind of continue to be this caricature of a politician as opposed to let some of your personality shine through. And it comes off very stiff, very bland, very inauthentic kind of thing. Unfortunately.
Their incredible work ethic, their ambition, their aspirations, and their dreams. And actually, not my approach is a new approach. I know. And
so I'm just wondering, you mentioned that in your...
So I had to skip because Kamala has this thing where she repeats verbatim, word for word, everything she says. She has this tremendous capacity to remember her monologues. Ain't nobody got time for that. And she does this thing. Oh my God, I want to watch this in full with y'all. I think I want to watch this in full. I might do it on Sunday because the questions, what I want to go through with you all is the way she answers questions. One, how kind of repetitive she is, how she does not really engage with the person in front of her. She has like pre-recorded stuff that she needs to say and she's going to say it. And then she will add these really weird stories to make her more relatable. And I think she thinks that's what politicians should do. Like, okay, this one time when I was growing up as a middle class struggling woman, it's like, just answer the question. Like, just like I'm watching sometime and I'm like, girl, just answer the question because like this is annoying me right now. But there was a question asked about what are you going the black man the interviewer, we're gonna watch this. I promise you we're gonna watch this on Sunday. The interviewer says black men were thinking about or moving towards Trump. What are you gonna do to get them back? And I promise you that I swore she was gonna say, that's what she was gonna say, girl, I don't care nothing about what them people gonna do. If they decide they're gonna vote for Trump as a black man, ain't nothing I can do. If Trump hasn't scared them away from voting for Trump, what you want me to do about that? I just obviously she should not say that. She should not say that. But like there's a part of me that felt like that's what was necessary at that time. Like if they'd ask her, what are you doing to win black men vote? I think that's a very different question than, oh, black men are leaning towards Trump. What you gonna do about it? Girl, absolutely nothing. What do you mean? I also don't like the fact that she gets slam dunk questions to drag Trump, and she keeps taking the high road. I mean, it just means she's probably a better person than I am, right? It just means she's a better person than I am. Because, like, the moment she gets to drag Trump for his racism, for inciting riots, for violence, for, like, all the toxic stuff that he does, she never takes it. And I just want her to take it there one good time. Just one good time. There's also one more thing that I want to do. And I might save this for Monday. I might actually save this for Monday. Let me show y'all. Destiny. Mama, look for when you call him Destiny. I haven't watched this, but it was sent to me and they wanted me to review the debate. Let me play it.
He's a dictator. I'm not Russian.
I'm going to. I am going to. I haven't done one of these debates in a while because they've been all boring to me. So this debate happened, and I'm trying to find a day to go over it. This lady was debating that. Let's play 2 seconds.
I don't really care.
Russia wants to invade its neighbors. Do you not think other countries have an obligation to help?
No.
Do you think that in World War II, do you think the United States should have stepped up to fight against Germany?
I think that the United States.
That's such an easy yes or no question. Should we have stepped up to fight against? It's such an easy yes or no question. Should the United States have stepped up to fight against Germany? So we don't even know if we should have opposed the Nazis. Okay, I will call out people who I think take money from other countries and they don't declare it. People like who worked under Tenet Media, other people that are still operating in this media environment, people like yourself probably.
Sort of slander, that sort of slur right here in front of everybody. You're a piece of shit. And I speak for a lot of people when I say that.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure they're all flying to Moscow right now. Yeah, I think that right now, I think one of the most.
That is so unhinged. That is an unhinged debate, and I'm here for every minute of it thus far. I haven't seen it. I was not expecting that. I thought they gave me like a good debate where like it's thoughtful and meaningful that I'm going to review. Seeing them dragging each other. It is 1 o'clock. Y'all, I gotta go. It is 1 o'clock. I done my work. We gonna watch. I don't even know if I should watch Kamala or that on Sunday. Should we do a vote? Drop a 1 if we should do a community tab vote tomorrow to decide what we will do on Sunday. All right. Well, I see no ones. So I'm probably going to do it anyway. Bye. Your chat muting people for defending themselves in the comment. I'm a new member after listening to you for a while. Who is in me? Wait, no, let me I will try to figure out what's happening. I'll try to figure out what's happening. Thank you for letting me know. I will try to figure out what's happening. Leftover chocolate man. All right, I'll figure it out. Thank you for letting me know. Bye.